you, Superintendent Dr. Layton and President Flores and the board. It's good to see you guys. I just want to bring you up to date on the current situation with the Harwood Museum artwork that the Taos Municipal Schools owns. So your board packet here contains the original agreement from 2012. And actually the link in your board packet contains that. So then in the packet in front of you, which is this orange packet, actually contains the condition report of the 99 pieces of artwork that we have in the storage at the Harwood Museum. And the Harwood Museum, this report was presented to all of us at the board meeting earlier this year at the Taos Pueblo. And I want to give some appreciation, tons of appreciation to the Harwood Museum for preparing, going through each individual piece and preparing the condition of when it was delivered to them back in 2012. So it's been quite a while. All the 99 pieces of artwork have been categorized into 4 sections in the packet. So the first tab here that you see identifies all of the artwork into green, light green, white, and red. The red and white categories. Okay, so then if you kind of go further through the packet, we're going to be looking at section C, which is designated with a red card, but it's actually the white section. These pieces, let's go back. The red and white categories are the pieces that will be released to Taos Municipal Schools, and we'd like to place them in a storage unit that is climate controlled. The remaining green pieces, so there are 14 white paintings and there are 23 red paintings. So the remaining pieces will stay at the Harwood in their vault and continue to be cared for by them. Our intention is to place 7 pieces from the red and white categories into school sites and have one of them in the boardroom, to each of the 6 school sites and one in the boardroom. The remaining pieces will be stored in climate controlled for now. And in the near future, we'd like to have some type of a fundraiser and raise money to conserve and restore or repair, just conserve and make sure that the pieces that remain in the collection are cared for properly. You can see we have quite a few pieces of Bistrom, a Sharp. We even have an Agnes Martin. All of these pieces can also be viewed on the Harwood Museum website. So if you'd like to look further into any of them. We're asking approval from the board to return the artwork listed in the white and red categories and to place them in a storage unit. That's the end. If you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you, Ms. Galera. I'll go ahead and turn it over to Vice President Spray.
I didn't hear you. Did you mention to them that we went down and looked at all of them? Did you mention?
No, Cindy and I actually personally viewed each and every piece that is in the museum vault. Yeah, and we've had several meetings. Cindy and I have met several times to try to determine which pieces might fit into school sites. We've tossed around the idea of a fundraiser, possibly to have in the spring to raise funds to do some conservation work on the pieces that stay in the artwork. And I really want to stress, putting this packet together was it took a lot of work by the Harwood to go through each and every piece. And it's basically a condition report as where the pieces stand now. And I'd like to just acknowledge how much work the Harwood has done on our behalf.
Mr. Spray, you have anything you'd like to add in regards to the presentation?
Whitney thought she would do most of it because I was sitting here and she was sitting at the podium. But does anyone have any questions? To clarify kind of what we thought about as potentially doing a fun benefit in the spring would be to take some of the ones that we've moved into storage that are much less valuable and do a sort of a community-wide benefit and the money specifically will go toward restoring the better pieces that are remaining at the Harwood because some of them have condition problems. So, and the Harwood, I can't even underscore enough how good they've been just terrific, and they've devoted tons of time to this. So anyway, we need to write them a thank you card.
And they've devoted a lot of time to this, and the pieces are shared with other museums and institutions around the state and the country. And it's a really important collection that I think is very much worth preserving. I appreciate them identifying the, let's see, 60 or so that they'd like to keep in their vault. They're valuable to the museum, and anytime that we want to view them, I think it would just take a phone call, and the board is certainly welcome to further investigate or view or have questions, let us know.
But I think they only allow 2 people at a time because it's
Two people, yeah.
really tight. There's something else I was going to say. I can't remember. Does anyone have any questions?
Have a comment. In looking at some of this artwork that needs to be restored, but the list of what we have that is in at the Harwood, how did they become part of the collection? And how did the journey to the Harwood, how did that transpire?
We also should mention the reason that we're doing this, the ones in the school and the one here. You could do the first part because you've read the article more
Yeah,
recently
well,
than I
back
have.
in the early 10s, I believe it was a librarian at the high school who became aware of the amount of artwork that that was in a lot of the buildings, the school buildings, and she thought it would be a good idea that there was care taken for all these pieces. They were just kind of hanging around in different school sites, and if there could be kind of a fiscal agent or someone that could bring them all together and assess them and care for them. And the Harwood Museum at that time was someone that I think that she knew, someone there, maybe the director, and they were able to bring all of the pieces together and assess them all and put them into their vault. And then they just sat there until about 2 years ago, I think, is when it was brought to my attention. I know someone that's on the collections committee at the Harwood, and they had talked about all of these pieces, and then the Harwood decided to do a show and exhibit them 2 years ago, I believe it was maybe a year and a half ago. But the pieces had just been there because they were valuable. This woman, the librarian, knew that they were valuable, so she created the communication between the Harwood and Taos Municipal Schools. Does that answer the question?
Even going a little further, the ones that were in the school library or in the
Yes.
halls, they were donated by the artists
Yes.
to the schools,
Mhm.
and that's how they became part of the collection.
Yeah, I do have a copy of the article that came out in the Taos News just a while ago. I don't know if you've seen it.
We should maybe email that to people. They
Yeah,
could read
I
it.
could do that.
And
And,
that leads, what you just said leads into what I was going to say about Whitney and I talked about it a lot and thought that the reason that the artists initially donated this to the schools was so kids could see art in the school and know that Taos is an art place. So we thought, in deference to them, out of the ones that we were taking from the Harwood, we picked out 7, one for each school and one for the boardroom, that would, one piece like in the lobby of each school or somewhere. So, and then the kids could learn why that's there, rather than having them scattered all over the place like they have been. But we thought it would be really important to keep, that was the initial reason for donation, so we would honor that.
so it would be an honor for the artists to know that their art is being appreciated, because I think as an artist, it's it isn't just for your personal. Some things are become personal, but when you want to share what has inspired you to paint, and you can share that, and the admiration that other people. I am not an artist. I'm not creative, but I sure do appreciate everything that is done artistically and creative. My sister is an artist, and I tell her all I can do is admire, and the work that she does. So that's why I'm saying, excuse me, that it would be so great to have these kids that have maybe an inclination to paint, to see it in a canvas, to see it hung. Just personal.
Whitney, when we're done, we should probably put an article in the paper saying which pieces are in which schools, because really the families of those people, of those artists might really appreciate that. That's a good idea, Susan. Good idea.
I have a question just for clarification. So the paintings that are identified in green, then it goes to, looks like a light yellow, a white, and an orange. What is the purpose of those classifications, each color?
So the items in the green and the light green have been identified by the Harwood as fitting, as worth keeping, restoring, and they fit into their mission statement. So the white and the red, they would be willing to release them because of their condition and I guess not falling into the mission of the Harwood.
And so that they have more space.
And so they have more
That's their,
space.
was their
Yeah.
main,
All museums in
yeah.
are
Just
running
to
out of
note,
space.
in reviewing the artwork that's presented in this spreadsheet, there's quite a few famous names in here. Agnes Martin, Mary Blumenshine, Ted Egri, Oscar Burninghouse, Bert Phillips, Emil Bistrom, John Ward Lockwood, Joseph Sharp. I mean, there's one painting valued at 95,000 and another one valued at $250,000.
Yeah, so our priority would be to first, if any funds raised by our efforts would go to work on the Agnes Martin piece. And these are identified, this list is in order by the Harwood. So they kind of have identified which pieces they would like to restore first.
Okay, the board have any further
And I'd
questions?
also like to say the valuation of these pieces, that was the valuation done in 2012 when they came into the collection altogether. So as far as our fundraising efforts, I think we would want to do our own research as to what we might expect to get for some of the red and white pieces that we sell.
I have a question.
Thank you, Susan.
Also in regards to, if the school district ever needed to acquire any type of funding, not that we would want to auction these pieces of art off due to the fact that they were donated to the school, which I think is very honorable. Would that ever be a possibility to consider or not recommended?
That would be a question for, I forget the woman's name who,
Sally
Sally.
Martinet.
Divots assets, yeah. I'm not really
We'd have to
sure
talk about
how,
it with her.
yeah, disposition of assets would be.
We were hoping that if some were sold, that we could conserve the things that we're keeping.
Utilize the funding to.
Specifically,
Yeah.
yeah, have the funding go back into the art collection.
And Whitney, I'm going to tell them that we are excited to do a benefit for that. Would be fun. I think it'd be fun. We talked about it. We think we could have a really fun time, and the community, I think, would come out and even maybe donate toward the conservation of stuff. Anyway, it'd be fun, and you'd be invited. I want to say I'm impressed with your understanding of which artist to name just then.
Cows.
I'm shocked, though. You're a cattle rancher. You're off. That was awesome. I was like, wow, he's got it.
In regards to ranching, are there any paintings of cows?
Yeah, there are some cows.
We could find something in here.
There are, actually.
Superintendent has some comments.
So President Flores, Vice President Spray, one of the reasons we also brought it was because the actual loan agreement talks about the collection as a whole. And since we're asking for portions to come back to the district in the form of storage, there's actually page 2, section 2, second sentence discusses that the collection shall be returned to the lender upon 60 days written notice. So should the board approve it tonight, we already went through legal attorneys to draft a letter so that we could send it to Harwood to request these pieces back officially as part of the contract. So just wanted to let you all know that piece.
Board Member King?
Yeah, it's really impressive. you know, Hardwood used to be the library, and most people here grew up in Taos knows that. But I compliment former board member Whitney Golair, also Vice President Spray,
Thank
and
you.
I, you know, continue working on, you know, whatever fundraiser ideal. I also encourage the art classes, the kids to actually go to the Hardwood. I mean, believe it or not, families don't go there. I mean, that street's a funny street, you know. We all know it's free on Sundays, but a lot of people just don't get out. So I would encourage, as an initiative, this is in town, take a field trip. I think we're open up these kids' eyes. I know Mike Hensley does great things. I know my family are artists, as in regards board member Trio said. I'm not an artist, but I appreciate art. I appreciate living in Taos with the talent we have. So I think we've got a great resource of all of just, it's all the heavyweights and some, and, you know, maybe we can use some of the money to restore it, you know, whatever that can be sold, you know, if that comes around, even leverage it in some sort so we can keep it. But yeah, this is impressive, actually, to say the least. But I think, you know, we got all the principals here. I think encourage the students. I think every kid, you know, there's nothing like going to a museum. And it's right here at our fingertips. It's a day well spent, or a couple hours. It doesn't have to be the whole day.
Actually, thank you for reminding me. The Harwood, not only do they welcome classrooms to come to tour, but any person that works for Taos Municipal Schools or any student from the schools, and the board members, we're all welcome to go for free any day of the week. So there's kind of no excuse not to go. They also have classes for kids that want to go do art, and those are free too. So they offer a lot. We should take advantage of it.
Thank you, board.
And the
President Spray.
superintendent can go free too.
Well, what an honor for the school district to be the custodians of such great pieces of art.
Kidding.
All of the art included here, from, you know, the least valued to the highest valued. It is very much appreciated. Superintendent, I just have a question in regards to this artwork loan agreement. It was drafted, I'm sure in 2012, due to the date that is stated here. Has our current legal team had a chance to review this? Is it necessary just for it? Do we need to update this by any means? Should we update it?
So it has been reviewed by our legal counsel, and given that we are just requesting some of the collection, that all we needed to do was go by the agreement itself and request within 60 days for it to be returned. So that letter has been drafted by attorneys so that we can follow and honor the agreement that was made at the time.
And you have to sign it.
And then in regards to being that this was drafted roughly 13 years ago, is there any need to bring this forward and update it and approve it, or we should?
And that's actually been discussed by the art committee as to, I believe the loan was for a very, 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 very long time. In fact, it's
99 years.
99 years. And so that is something that the art committee has brought to the table of, should we consider shortening the time with it? But that's of course going to be in conjunction with Harwood to see if that's an agreement that we can all work on. But yes, sir, that has been discussed.
And then the other question I have is in regards to the storage of this art that we are going to be receiving back to the district. We already have a plan in place for the storage of it. And the other thing I want to just iterate that we do check on the storage of the art regularly. As we all know, when we kind of put things in storage, they tend to get forgotten, and there's a lot of, unfortunately, theft and vandalism within our small community. So I would hate to see that this got stored away and maybe the air conditioning failed at some point in time, and or it got broken into and damaged.
President Flores, Vice President Sprague, there is a plan to store these in a climate-controlled area. Our attorneys are working to clarify the lease agreement, of course, because the board is the only one authorized to enter into a lease agreement, but it would be a climate-controlled bubble wrapped, I believe, and I think properly identified so that it doesn't get, we don't have any tagging or specific naming get lost when the transition, even to the point where we're going to have crates to lift it off the ground to make sure that in case water gets in, it is lifted above the ground. So yes, sir.
Yeah, mark those water the pallets from the wooden ones like at Ace and stuff. Make sure it's all off the ground. Also, luckily, each piece has a number, and we're just going to keep those numbers always and just have on the, like the book and the binding of a book on that's facing out would be the number there. So people wouldn't even be able to go in there and go, oh, that's a Dausberg or something. They'd have to know. There's a lot they'd have to look through to know. We'll just do it by the number. That's what we talked about.
I would like to say one more thing. It will be 30 pieces if the board chooses to keep 7 out for the school sites in the boardroom. So it will be a total of 30 that will go into storage.
And the total amount that we're going to be receiving back is 37?
37, yeah, and we'll put 7 in the school sites. So 30 will go into storage.
Alderman King,
You know, with technology, I would encourage us, this should be all on the disc, every painting, in regard digitized. It's just the way of the, current technology. So literally, you could go home, we could go home, go to the office and look at everyone. So then we are sure that those pieces are kept within our program. Because we know what we have because tags, people,
Right.
and no malice intention, but someone scrapes on it, it falls off, things happen.
They'll still keep the website with the ones that they're keeping. Maybe we can ask them for the use of the photos of the ones we're taking, and then we can have our own.
That's a great
Group
idea.
like that.
Yes.
Yes, Secretary.
Just a comment. The agreement is missing a page. Because there's, this is the loan agreement, number 1, and then it goes to. Because the sentence is the purpose of the loan agreement shall be for the safe storage of the, and it doesn't continue. I'm missing this second page. You have it? Maybe it just skipped a page.
Yeah.
Here's Secretary, a new one.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Okay, if there's no more further comments or questions, I would just make a recommendation that we ensure the security of these items. I would hate for them to get stolen or damaged. Superintendent, an
Excuse
item.
me, President Flores, I
Yes.
did want to mention, insurance that was something that came up in our discussion in a meeting was that these pieces in storage would be placed onto the Taos Municipal Schools insurance policy by value.
Good. Superintendent Layton, would you have any form of a recommendation?
President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board, I recommend the approval regarding the return of artwork, specifically 37 pieces, to the district pursuant to the district's agreement with the Harwood Art Museum as presented by Vice President Spray and former board member Whitney Golair.
We have a recommendation from the superintendent. Would any of the board like to make a motion for approval of this item?
I can't because I'm involved. I shouldn't. Someone else should.
I'll make a
That wouldn't be
motion
right.
to approve the return of the artwork to the district pursuant to the district's agreement with the Harwood Art Museum.
Second.
We got a motion for approval from board member Concha and a second from board member King. If you could please call for the roll.
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Sprague,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Golair.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you,
so
guys.
much.
I wanna
You've
thank-
been an
Vice
incredible
President.
partner. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Golair, for your many years of service to the district as a school board member and still serving.
Continuing
You're
service.
still serving the district.
Thank you. I love working with you. Thank you.
And she's gonna be part of our alumni. First one, board member.
Okay. So going back to the agenda as presented, the next item on the agenda is item 8, presentations. We got 2 presentations under item 8. 8.1 is going to be a district security and operations presentation by Mr. Marcos J. Herrera, our Director of Safety, Security, and Operations. Mr. Herrera, thank you for joining us this evening.
Good afternoon, President Flores, Dr. Layton, members of the board. I believe I have a slide.
And Director Herrera, just so that you know, is really under the weather, but he's here. So you didn't want to make sure and miss this one. So thank you for,
It's going
Yeah.
around.
Anyway, so Dr. Layton asked me to do a presentation on the operations department, which covers nutrition, student transportation, security, and of course, facilities. You've all had an opportunity to meet with my supervisors who have actually recently given all of you most of the information for their respective departments. So I kind of wanted to highlight some of the things that we've brought to the Taos Municipal Schools over the past 6 months, I would say. Starting with student nutrition, I'm very happy with Ms. Duran and what she's been able to do, starting with the summer foods program. A year ago, we weren't even sure if we were going to serve students. This year, we covered, I believe it was 1,500 children and added an additional $10,000 to the nutrition budget, which was great for us. Meeting with students last year, we did a lot of polling to see what kind of food the kids would like. We also used that to our purchasing. Beef is something that we found that was something we could purchase bulk versions of, and we were able to save money doing that because the kids like chili, kids like burgers. The kids don't like turkey burgers. We found that out, so that's never going to be a thing here again. But those Frito pies, those enchiladas, you've all been invited to those Frito pie days. I know that the cafeteria staffs have invited you. These are things that not only are appealing to our students, their nutrition, they're part of the process that we have to follow with the state anyway. But our kids are liking the meals. We increased our numbers at Taos High School, which was our goal this year. That was really the place where we really wanted to see an increase in student nutrition. Ms. De Herrera, Principal De Herrera, actually when Christina was here last time, attested to that we have more kids eating at Taos High School due to a lot of the processes that Ms. Emmy has actually put in as well. We've also included more scratch-made meals. We started doing that again this year, going back to trying to make meals that taste better. Less hurry up and more quality, I would say. We're currently looking to work with facilities, with me, to create more comfortable environments for the students to eat. You guys may have heard of a little bit of heat problem that we were having at Taos High School with the cafeteria. Actually, Dr. Layton brought a great suggestion to us with, we talked about putting a little end to the sunshine in that building with some tinting. And then I believe Dr. Layton was in contact with the Lore Foundation, and thank you to the Lore again for all the work they do with us, to help us actually purchase something that'll be of interest to not just the students inside for comfort, but to the looker outside looking at our building to be able to see something fantastic that says Taos High School, home of the Tigers, something impressive that you'd actually see as an art piece from the outside in. So that's one of the things that we're working on currently, both facilities and nutrition. So one of the things I like is each of my departments has to work together. They are so in line with each other. Go ahead and go to our next slide, Samantha.
I like that selfie of you in the slide there, Mr. Herrera.
Well, okay, there's going to be a couple of selfies. Dr. Layton enjoys good pictures, so we decided I'm going to take a bunch of selfies, like to make sure everybody enjoys it. If you see me here, I'm actually working on a tire. No, I'm not certified to work on our bus tires, but we thought it'd be a good opportunity for a picture.
Real quick, Mr. Herrera, Secretary Trujillo has a question or comment.
Yes, ma'am.
My question is, you talk about the food that is made from scratch.
Mhm.
What kind of foods are being made from scratch?
Those chilies, those enchiladas, the breads, all of those are being made from scratch. It's no longer packaged and brought in that way. Our cafeterias are actually preparing them.
Okay, and what packaged foods are being purchased to give to the kids?
We do have some in our grab and go stuff that are prepackaged foods. They're not like chips or anything like that. These are just items that we purchased in the past that we continue to do. I'm not exactly sure which ones they are. Most of the ones you're getting now are like our salads. Those are, they're packaged, but we're the ones packaging them. So we don't really have a whole lot of them.
No, and I say that only because if we have the facilities, if we have, if we're able to make, to prepare foods, to cook foods, there are menu items that the kids would eat. They love spaghetti. They love meatloaf with mashed potatoes and gravy. They love a lot of the basic foods that that could be made, and even just beans and chili.
And we still
You
do
know,
them.
things like that that we used to see in our lunchroom because they were made on site. And I think the kids would just really enjoy that because those are comfort foods. Find out what the comfort foods are that are prepared by their parents.
Well, that's what we did with the polling. So if you recall in the past, nutrition actually it was a good idea. We brought in a lot of different cultural foods to Taos Municipal Schools. Unfortunately, the children didn't like it, and it was a waste of food. We actually didn't have the comfort foods that they're used to with grandma and grandpa and with mom and dad at home. That's why the menus changed, given what they liked. And you mentioned spaghetti. That was actually my son's favorite dish at Taos Middle School, I believe last week. So the spaghetti dish has become one of the favorites. Wasn't one of my favorites a year ago when I went to every one of our kitchens, and I remember telling you guys this, and I taste tested. And what I was checking for was quality of one, how does it taste? How was the texture? And I'm not trying to be Gordon Ramsay, but I definitely did my homework in going in to make sure that our kitchens were serving something that if they couldn't eat it, why would they think the kids could? And our kitchen managers really took that to heart. And every time I'd come in, they try to impress me with a sample. Still to this day, I'll get a sample everywhere I go. Like you said, those comfort foods.
But even like fried chicken and like I said, mashed potatoes and
Something,
something basic like that.
some things aren't allowed, but we try our best.
I'm sure you, it's just only because I have, I've experienced that with my two grandkids. And I asked them, what they liked about and one of them said, I don't go. And the other one says, the food was cold. That was his response. And to me, if food needs to be cold, it's cold. If it needs to be warm, it should be served warm. So
Absolutely.
please take note of that. But again, let's see if we can see what we have the staff, we have the equipment to cook. Let's see if we can cook instead of prepackaged.
That's what we're doing. Yes, ma'am. So on to our student transportation. So over the past year, we obtained the funding through Legislative Appropriations Committee to purchase the new activity bus. That was through the special capital outlay. This was part of a needs assessment that Senator Gonzalez and Representative Ortiz had asked the district for, as they do every year. Transportation was the lucky department, and we are thankful for the funding from the legislature and to Senator Gonzalez and Representative Ortiz. Samantha already gave you that information. I was just highlighting it. You guys already got the spew from her about us getting the new bus and all the things with it. So we actually got the new bus and we had to send it back. I got to tell you guys this. We didn't have to send it back. They actually came and did it. So it's not that bus in the picture, but similarly, buses in the state of New Mexico, to be a bus that we can use with kids, have to have a certain height for when you step onto it. Ours was 2 inches too high when our inspectors came by last week. So the company came back and they made the adjustment. What happened is our springs were a little too tight and they went ahead and replaced them. So things you learn, we went through all our bus inspections last week, and Samantha's crew passed with flying colors, other than our brand new bus, which they went ahead and redid for us. So we're thankful for them for coming out so quickly, and we're thankful again to Senator Gonzalez and Representative Ortiz. We have redone many of our routes. You guys have heard that from Samantha before, the routing system. We actually, with Dr. Martins now joining the team, we are actually looking into some different things when it comes to the routing and how we can make things more efficient. We're also looking at the cost and price of activities and different things that we can do to make our transportation department more efficient, more business-like. I'm sure you, Ms. Trujillo, would appreciate that we're starting to look at things a little different in our departments. We are the business end of the school district, and we're starting to treat it as such. We continue to explore new ways to improve ridership and the experience of riding with us. So the camera systems that we put in the past, you guys have heard those from both Supervisor Trujillo and of course from Samantha. Those have become such a good thing for the district when it comes to us exposing bullying, acts of not violence, but things of that nature that have happened on buses. We're able to pinpoint those, but not only pinpoint them, we're able to listen to audio of these things. We're also able to capture that if there's accusations that many of you have maybe gotten X, Y, and Z, said X, Y, and Z, those things are put to rest pretty easily because we have the technology. As Board Member King pointed out, we do live in a technology age. And thank you to my predecessor for actually helping us set that up so that we could have this today, to we're able to really get it done really fast. We no longer have to go and pull the little card out and go take it back to a computer. We're actually live time. I can see what happened yesterday, this morning, or even right now, what's going on in one of my buses. So we do appreciate the technology part. And I believe Samantha has done a wonderful job with that department. Are there any questions on transportation before I move to security?
Go ahead. Board Member King.
If you can get us a picture of that new bus, please.
Absolutely, Maria, we don't have one on the site yet, huh? I don't believe we do on the site. As soon as I get it, Board Member King, I absolutely will. I'll get with Director Gentet and we'll get that thing posted.
Member King and members of the board, one of the things that we were gonna be planning on, and I'm kind of springing this up on Director Herrera, but we'll do a small ribbon cutting so that we can get that going and put a little bit of hoopla to our new activity bus.
I heard it's gonna have a nice paint job. That's what I've heard.
Mr. Editor, I just had a comment. I just really want to highlight, the cameras that we do have within the buses, how it provides an extra layer of safety and security for our students and our bus drivers. When those bus drivers are out on the road, things happen, there could be an accident that we are not at fault for, and it just could capture that. And it also is extremely important to protect our students. And in regards to Superintendent Leyen, I think that would be a great opportunity to celebrate and highlight our new bus with a little bit of a ribbon cutting ceremony.
Absolutely.
I just shared with the superintendent that the last activity bus that we acquired a few years back, we were able to have that type of ceremony here in front of the administration building, and we're able to invite the senator and the representative and some local dignitaries to highlight, that the school is working very closely with our representatives and our legislators to be able to provide the needs of our district.
That would be an excellent idea, President Flores, and I believe that our department would love to celebrate the new bus with all the dignitaries and yourselves, of course.
Yeah, and invite the bus drivers if they could attend also.
Absolutely. Safety and security. So, Vice President Spray, this is actually something that you helped spearhead. You really
Nice
did.
way to put it.
You,
Thank
you pointed out some things, and sometimes it's not always milk and cookies. We sometimes have to be told when something isn't right. The difference is we can sit there and watch it, or we can go and fix it. We went and fixed it, or at least we gave it our best attempt to fix it. So if you look at the picture, what you're looking at is not a jail cell. It's actually quite beautiful. It took some walking through with Emmy to make sure that we did it to the best of our ability, so it would look good, but actually serve its purpose. So the purpose of that system, you can see the evolve in it, is Taos High School now has a one-way entry into the front. We did have an issue, and Principal Emmy and myself and Supervisor Trujillo and Alipio, we worked together to come up with this concept of a single entry to, if you've been to Taos High School, there's only one way in now through the front. There's actually no reason to go into the front because you've got to check in with her people at the front outside, which we have prepared a canopy so no one's getting wet, there's no weather. Things go quicker this way. We're still installing a window there. I don't believe it was installed as far as today. But as soon as that's done, it'd be like going to the bank. You have a place where you come, you do your business, you leave Taos High School, you don't have to enter. Not that we don't want people to enter Taos High School. So if you look there, you see all those wonderful couches and the decorations that Miss Emmy and her staff have put in. That's for you to go ahead and come in, pass through our system, and you're still inside a gated area. You're actually not in Taos High School itself yet. So if you look to the corner, you can see our security desk. So it was actually brought up that, who is checking people in at Taos High School? In the past, we did have some student helpers that were helping the office out. For security needs, not the best idea. So we've gone ahead and we replaced that. And those students, I'm sure, have other homes now at Taos High School to still complete their jobs. But that is a security check-in now. So like most major schools now in New Mexico, you're going to check in at a security desk if you are going to be entering Taos High School from that point. You can't just enter like every other thing that we've put in. It's got an electronic door that allows my security staff to be the only ones to allow you entry. As Dr. Layton pointed out the other night when he was trying to get in there to go to a bond meeting, it is really difficult to get into Taos High School, and that was the point. And we do thank you, Vice President Spray. It was a great idea to do the upgrades. We also made an upgrade to the parking lot. If you have not seen the parking lot there, the parking lot has been restriped professionally. But not only that, we actually made a flow through. So if you've ever driven through Taos High School's backside to the back gate to the Gustorf side, you might have found it difficult to get around the channels. It was a safety risk. We have changed that. There's actually a road now, and we're hoping in the future, and I know you all are going to talk bond stuff, we're hoping in the future that we're able to pave the entire thing at some point. But also for safety reasons, we do have a classroom that sits across the parking lot at Taos High School where we, Miss Emmy and myself, noticed students all day long walking through cars. We couldn't tell what they were doing. We couldn't tell if they're stopping at a car. We couldn't tell if they're vandalizing. We just couldn't tell because it was set up so inappropriate for what we do. We went ahead and changed that. There's this giant walkway now. We removed the entire parking area that was there, removed it, put it somewhere else. Again, working with Principal Emmy, we were able to set up an entirely different parking area in the backside of Taos High School. So we didn't lose parking, we gained parking, and we gained safety. So now students can walk freely through an actual walkway. We were able to cut through the concrete so that we could make a pathway to be ADA appropriate. I think it's made a difference in what I've seen. I see the traffic has slowed down a little bit. The safety feature has worked. So again, we're very happy with the things that we've done at Taos High School. Procedures with Miss Emmy have also changed Taos High School, keeping the culture that the Taos High School needs to have, but at the same time making things more appropriate. Stopping students when they're going out a door they shouldn't be going out, or coming in a door they shouldn't be going through. These are things that the team has actually been looking at for the past, how long have we been in school? 4 or 5 weeks? And we've made upgrades as we've gone. So this isn't something that it was one and done. No, it was, okay, we've done this, let's learn and let's continue. And that's the way security works. We've installed new cameras at all 3 of the elementary schools. So all of our elementaries actually have AI cameras in the front now, so I can actually see the front of the buildings. There's still a lot of camera work that needs to be done in the district. We are continuing to do that. I don't see us being done with camera work for a long time. 1, we have to replace a lot of cameras that are old. 2, the cameras that we have to be repositioned. As Director Gentet and myself continue to look at it, we see where things need to be and where things don't need to be. We've had some fun at the softball fields. Now we have cameras there. We can see these things before we get the complaint about it. We can actually see it. We've also gated and fenced ranchos. That's one of the things that security-wise, we always tend to forget about our elementaries because it just doesn't seem like it's the #1 topic in security world with schools. Ranchos had no fencing in the front, and if Dr. Cernamarmo was here, she would attest to it, that you could literally go to the back of her campus at any time. In fact, we had folks driving their own backhoe equipment to go work on our fields without our permission. These are all breaches of security. So we were able to fix it through fencing and gating. So now Ranchos, similar to Enos, is almost impossible to get in because you got to go through an electronic gate system or a gate system that's locked on their play area. So now we had some dog incidents at Ranchos. Those were eliminated again through fencing and work with our sheriff's department to eliminate those things. So we continue to look for more training opportunities to make TMSD more safe and secure. Dr. Layton, myself, and Mr. Diego may be attending a conference in Houston for a national safety and security. We have been invited in the past to present at the New Mexico Safety and Security. So we're looking forward to all the trainings that we can get because there's always updates to all the technology and there's always updates to the trainings that we can do for our in-the-field work with Diego's staff over at Taos High School. We are currently looking for 2 more positions that we have one that I believe was filled over the last week and one that's in process. So we'll be back to a full staff, as close to full staff as we can at this time. So our elementaries will get back to the coverage that they desperately need. Are there any questions? Safety, security?
Any comments? Board Member Concha to follow.
Yeah, Mr. Marcos, are you able to us elucidate of staff, like you said, at elementary school? Are we going to have actually person at each site?
We're still one shy. We're working on some things with HR to actually make that a possibility sooner. There are some positions that we believe can be 2 positions. So sometimes you get a 0.5 employee for one position and you train them to be a 0.5 employee for another position. We're still working on that, but to answer your question, Board Member King, after we fill the next position, we should have at least one person at each site and a rover for 2 of the elementaries. So there's still that. But again, we're working on it. That's something that we know is a need, and we'll continue to get there. Dr. Layton has been pretty good about it. He's security minded, and he understands that we do need these people. And as soon as we get the applicants, we hope to be fully staffed at all our elementaries as well as the middle school. And of course, we're already there at the high school.
I appreciate it, Mr. Herrera. What about smoke detectors at the high school?
We don't
And-
currently use smoke detectors. I believe you're referring to the vape detectors that we've brought up in the past. Alipio and I and Diego have actually looked at different ones. We do have a company that we're in conversations with. I'm hoping that actually ends up being something that we can utilize.
Member King, members of the board, and Director Herrera, I do want to mention that because of the pathway that we created here, that single entry, we were able to recalibrate the Evolve system and pick up a lot of those vapes ahead of time. And the message was very clear to the students. Now, I wish we could say we got 100% of them, but we got a lot more than what we used to get before. So we had to recalibrate to ensure that we picked up as many as we can.
We got to keep at it. I understand it's being done in the classroom, which is, these kids, and it's not a perfect world. I think we all know that. That's why we're in school, to learn what is right and wrong. And it's really at home. But, we got to keep vigilance. And it's unfortunate. You have students testing the system, whatever that may be, and it's very unfortunate. I mean, vape, I don't know when it was created, but, yeah, and I guess it's even worse than smoking, but these kids, so that's,
But
as long as we can keep at it, whatever that may be.
As Dr. Layton mentioned, it's one of the things that the students at Taos High School are going through now, also with a different process and procedure there. It does detect vapes now. Diego was able to calibrate it with the Evolve company to where it actually will pick it up. The students actually will be searched. And Miss Emmy's staff has been great about it to make sure that we're doing the most that we can with what we have, but we can always do more. I agree, Board Member King, and that's something that we continue to look at.
Yeah, and even the middle school, we just, habits are tough to break. So if you don't have them ever, then that's nothing that you have to be addressing.
Absolutely.
I think it's, you know, it's the parents.
Absolutely.
Vice President Spray and then Secretary Trujillo.
Thank you, President Mark. Member King, what was the first thing that you asked about? Picks up the odor, is that what you said, or
Vape detector.
vape detector?
Yeah, well,
These are-
Marcos was talking about that. I was talking about staffers for every school site. Because I know we talked about having a security person. You know, in a perfect world, we want you to tell us so we can, you know, we still write grants. I know funding nationally is a little concerned, but, you know, we've got philanthropy in our state, in our community. And if we could get, you know, if it's a, you know, ideally have two people each site. I mean, these elementary schools, you know, I think we all know nationally, Albuquerque's getting incidents and, you know, it's being shared with
Agreed.
me from my daughter. And it's like, okay, you know, you're headed to the ground, you're looking at board reports, you know, you're going to games and it's like, you know, Albuquerque's down the street. So, you know, we just have to stay vigilant.
Sir.
So when Member King asked you, the first thing he asked you, you said we're looking into it. What was that you were talking about?
Vape detectors that go into, you put them in bathrooms.
Got it. And you said we didn't have those, but you're looking into
We
them?
don't have them. Yeah, we've been looking into them. There's a few different ones. There's some that have flaws. They pick up false reads and then it becomes actually a policy issue. Now, how do we bring to the board a
Okay,
policy?
so when you learn more about that, will you agree to come back to us?
Absolutely,
Okay,
absolutely.
thank you. Thank you, Mark.
Secretary Trujillo, you had a comment?
My thought was, is there training for the kids? As to the dangers of vaping, the dangers of, well, smoking, but the dangers of vaping. I read an article the other day that was just really, really heartbreaking to find out exactly what happens to the body when through vaping. And it's sad because they don't realize it until it's too late. And then there's consequences, changes in their body that are irreversible. And to me, I think that we should have training to these kids all the way from, like you said, from middle school and saying the dangers of vaping.
Absolutely. I'm not sure on that question if I would be the one to answer that. Member Trujillo, I think that would actually go to Associate Superintendent Mondragon as a curricular question, but it's something that I would absolutely love to work with her on if that's something the board would like to see, absolutely. I think both of us would be more than willing.
President Flores, Superintendent, Secretary Trujillo. This is something that we've been discussing with our SEL coordinator to go and push into the school sites to begin discussing. One of the first items that we are working on is the social media piece, but then looking at also at the vaping that the students are doing. So kind of an overall health with our students. In fact, just today we were talking with our SEL coordinator, putting on our website resources for students, and that's something that we can look at as, in addition with that, putting the risks of vaping and what that could potentially do to the students.
Yeah, on that.
Absolutely, yes.
Board Member Concha.
Thank you, President Flores. My question was, as far as overall safety and security and all the new features, did you have any outside consultation? I know that the board had mentioned maybe utilizing David Elliott in some capacity, as far as even like emergency management and crisis plans for each school?
We actually use Palms and Associates for our emergency management, and we also work with Taos County with Bobby Ortega and Mark. They have been our advisors towards emergency management within the schools over the last few years. Mr. Elliott has been approached by us for consultation to give us pricing. We still have not received word back from Mr. Elliott. However, I have actually met with Mr. Elliott a few times on different issues. Last year, he worked with us on some of our event coordination. Mr. Elliott does have a lot of knowledge in event coordination. Him and Supervisor Trujillo actually last year met to do, I believe, homecoming was one of the projects that we worked with Mr. Elliott on. So to answer your question, yes, we have worked with Mr. Elliott. We also work with Palms and Taos County.
And at some point, maybe the board can get some updates on like crisis plans, emergency management, just so we're aware, like for each school, what those plans look like.
Absolutely.
If I just may add, Mr. Herrera, in regards to homecoming and Mr. Elliott, working with the district at last year's event. At that time, I was serving as the town's emergency manager, and he was quite impressed with the team. He relayed that to me in the utmost confidence, and it was really good to hear how you guys were prepared for homecoming and so forth. So,
Do appreciate the comment,
and
President
then I
Flores.
just wanted to add real quick, the last statement you have here, you have stated here, we continue to look for more training opportunities to make TMS D safer and more secure. I think that's very important. I'm really happy to read that and to know that, and that you guys are continuing to assess security risks and vulnerabilities, and that we're always seeking ways of continuous improvements and upgrades. What I see you presenting today is a big change in the way we've operated in the past. So I just want to acknowledge that and recognize that. Thank you, Mr. Herrera.
Thank you, President Flores. Facilities and maintenance. So again, you guys, Alipio has been up here 1,000 times. Alipio does a lot of work for the district. You guys have heard plenty of times the different projects that Alipio has been working on with his team. So I wanted to kind of highlight the new custodial manager, which is Mr. Dennis Salazar, which we talked about last time. This position never existed before. It's something that I think is going to be of value to the district for cost effectiveness and saving. It has already helped with certain things that have happened at some of our school sites that weren't not necessarily prepared for the beginning of school, but definitely needed some help. And Dennis has definitely been the lead in that. We've replaced 45 desks at Arroyos del Norte. And the reason I put that there is I'm not sure that you guys ever get a chance to know some of the stuff we put into the schools with the money that we were given governance over. Dr. Medina had a need for new desks for his students. Alipio, myself, Dr. Layton, Associate Superintendent Mondragon, we were all in a meeting with them there at Arroyos. That day, we were able to acquire 45 brand new desks for Arroyos. And I believe it was the second week of school, we were able to actually, there's some good pictures of Dr. Medina and his students putting these desks inside their classrooms. I had sent those to Dr. Layton because it goes to show that we work with our principals, we work with our students and our staff to make sure that these things that the schools need are actually getting done. We were also able to get cafeteria tables from Los Alamos Public Schools. Now, this was an initiative that Dr. Medina actually and his staff with Alipio were able to go down to Los Alamos and actually acquire some good used stuff. Los Alamos built 2 new schools over the past 2 years. And I'll say it, the schools that they knocked down were in great shape. So they had all this stuff that they were giving away, and Dr. Medina and his staff and Alipio, they went down there and brought back some good stuff for Arroyos del Norte. We were very proud of that. Ranchos was able to get new carpets. So we have a little bit of a game plan at Ranchos. Ranchos hasn't had as many new things in the past as we've mentioned before. We started with our offices in Ranchos. We're able to get new carpeting, and then the 2 first classrooms as you walk in, Ms. Sharon Salazar's class and Ms. Cristina Martinez's classes. 3 years ago, when we went to Ranchos to help out myself and actually Dr. Labella, we actually noticed that the flooring at Ranchos wasn't in the best shape. So the strategic plan on that was every chance we get, we do 2 classrooms at a time. It doesn't disrupt the lives of the kids, but at the same time, we get some nice carpeting for the students and for those teachers, well-deserved. I'm not kidding, they had duct tape across the flooring, and that wasn't appropriate. So we were able to fix that situation. There's still some carpeting issues there that will be replaced. Mr. Salazar actually pointed out that it's easier to have carpets than it is to have tile. These are those things, these are questions that only a custodian would know why. The reason being, easier to clean, more effective cleaning. It's quicker. There's less waxing in the summer, displacement of things. Again, Dennis has been a wonderful thing having him as our manager. Arroyos del Norte also received new carpet to their library. If y'all hadn't visited Arroyos del Norte's library, again, they didn't even have the duct tape. These are our safety security supervisor, Mr. Trujillo, actually walked in the dark and went for a nice little tumble there. So it was replaced. Yeah, I'll tell you now, if you haven't had a chance to see it, it's beautiful. Those kids have a wonderful library to begin with, and now they also have some pretty new carpet. Facilities added to our staff, we were able to pick up a new maintenance tech and a half-time custodian for Arroyos. So Arroyos now has a half-time custodian. We're very happy about that. So we're at 1.5 for Arroyos. So a school that had no custodian for over a year, and believe me, I've heard it from teachers, it now has 1.5 custodians working there. But we've also added a new facilities maintenance tech, Jesus Rodriguez, and he's been a welcome member to the team. He comes with a wealth of knowledge from years and years with P&M, and also as a plumber, contractor, Tausenio, who's done it all for 40 years, and he wanted to come work for Tau Schools, and we're happy to have him. So right now, Alipio has a really good team under his belt, and we're looking forward to the future and being able to really maintain these schools in a more efficient and better way. And my last slide, unless y'all have questions about facilities, you can ask it after the last one because this kind of goes with facilities. Go ahead, Samantha. So current projects. If y'all didn't get a chance, you see the picture up there. I know you guys all went to Ranchos last week for the grand opening. So Ranchos officially has their new gym. I know that you didn't notice, but it also has a new roof. So you couldn't have one without the other. Working with Dr. Serna Marmol last year and with Alipio and Fred to make sure this project came through and was finished in an adequate time because we wanted to start the school year with a gym. We actually met our deadline. Unfortunately, Dr. Serna Marmol would not allow us onto her brand new floor until you all had a chance to go for the ribbon cutting. So I wasn't able to make it. I hope all of you were able to make it. I know you can see from the picture, but from live, we have a really beautiful gym at Ranchos Elementary now. And again, Alipio and Fred did a great job. The auxiliary gym at Taos High School is in phase 2. They are putting roofing on for us this week. We have had meetings with the contractors. I'm not too happy with the speed and progress. So you should know that your director is out there making sure that the project is done at the level that I feel it should be being done. We met with them, talked about the phasing, went through the contract and reminded them that we don't want something done last minute. It doesn't need to meet the deadline. It needs to meet deadlines. I had told Dr. Lane I'm going to have to, we call it Baba Yaga. I had to go over there and I had to have a conversation with our contractors. They're great people, by the way. They understood. And now you have roofing starting this week. There was some issues in things that they were having to purchase. I get it. I understand that. But at the same time, I've been wanting to come and show you all pictures of the progress of the auxiliary gym. I can't do that till I can actually show you pictures of progress. And that's what I basically conveyed to our contractor. So they're hoping that at our next board meeting, I'll be able to show you guys another presentation strictly on the auxiliary gym. Arroyos del Norte had a mold remediation. You all know about the mold issue that we had at Arroyos. We were able to complete our remediation. Dr. Medina has all his classrooms back. So we're very happy that we were able to do that. We're very happy that the contractors were able to get that done in a timely manner. THS cafeteria window covering, I kind of mentioned that. Dr. Layton and the Lohr Foundation are helping us out with that. Going to have a beautiful decorative piece. I think it's going to cool down by at least a gain of 10 on the, is what you usually get from windows with solar. So we're trying to fight that and get the solar gain out. So hopefully about 10%. Enos Cooling, we are working on a cooling system at Enos Garcia. For years, we have been probably questioned by the board or coming to the board with questions for, please approve this part, please approve that part. We're hoping we can scrap that cooling tower and get the right cooling system for Enos Garcia. It's an older system, and we've had consultants actually come out to give us their opinions of it and how we can make it a better cooling system for Arroyos. If you don't know what I'm talking about, every year at Arroyos, excuse me, at Enos, you start the year off too hot, the air's not on. And then come January, you're too cold because the air ain't shutting off. No system should work like that. We're working with Train on this. This is some things that we'll again be doing a board presentation because I'm sure we're gonna have to come back for approval for what we're planning. Here's another one that I'm excited to come for approval as soon as I get the quotes finished. Play area at Taos Middle School. Ms. Quintana Ms. Martinez has been very, very patient with us on the Taos Middle School play area. Our kids need a place to play there. We know that our field is being utilized for PE. We're trying to get more kids out there. It's helping us with the Prairie Dog situation, which we're currently on the next board meeting going to be looking for approval. But the play area, we have some designs that I think are going to make all of us proud and all of us parents of Taos Middle School kids happy because they're going to have an actual place to play and they're not going to be on the pavement anymore. And the last one is new offices at administrative building. There are some moves that we're still making here at the administrative building. You've seen the moves that we've already made. You've seen your wonderful boardroom. These are things that facilities has been working on. We're not finished yet. We're hoping that our facility here at the admin is finished before the end of this year so that we're not having to work on it anymore. We got all the roofing fixed last week. You guys may have seen scaffolds. We also had the front part done. So that's the projects, the big projects that we're currently working on. I stand for questions on any of the departments if you want.
Mr. President and Mr. Herrera, you said something that was just very key for me, and that is that you are overlooking these projects. Because when I was at the county, we had to hire a project manager to be able to sign off, to make sure that what was being done was done correctly and up to the standard that was going to be acceptable, because it isn't somebody that's going to sign off on an invoice that is presented. It means that the service
And they wouldn't want someone to do that to them.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I compliment you. Thank you. And with that said, keep on them because the watchful eye, you know the saying, I said the greasy wheel gets oiled and, it's very disappointing, but I'm not surprised.
Seen it.
They come up here,
Seen it.
and it's like,
They're always the best.
well, it's like we don't know better. Yeah. So, but thank you and keep a watchful eye.
And one of the things I'll mention is having Fred there as our project manager. Fred's been in construction for years. I've been in construction for years. Alipio's been in construction for years, and I don't know that they had no intent to do anything in misappropriation or anything of that nature. But simply, like you said, sometimes they need somebody to be a little stricter than what we've been in the past. And we will continue to do that. Absolutely.
And it's, there's no such thing as easy money.
Mm-mm.
These kids, we see this on this side and you know that. We thank you because, the plans look great. Now it's the implementation,
And just a fun note on technology, I had to remind the contractor that I have a camera on that building. I have multiple cameras on that building. I see what I see and what I don't see. So again, and
Thank you.
Thank you, Board. I just have a couple comments. I was able to attend the ribbon cutting at the Rancho Elementary School gym. It was a beautiful gym floor and it was a great event. A lot of kudos to Ms. Dr. Serna Marmol for highlighting that event. Also just wanted to highlight the play area for the middle school. That's been a long time need and very appreciative of the district listening to that need and taking note and moving forward with some action. And then Mr. Herrera, in regards to the student nutrition, I didn't get to make a comment on it, but I just wanted to highlight the great strides that have been made recently in regards to our student nutrition. And to hear you talk about visiting the cafeterias and taste testing the food goes to show the great care and passion you have to ensure that our students' needs are getting met. So just want to thank you for your leadership and your position. And you oversee quite a bit for the district and appreciate all your hard work.
thank you, President Flores. Thank you.
President Flores, Vice
Thank
President
you.
Spray,
Thank you, Marcus.
members of the board, I think one of the things on student nutrition, just wanted to highlight was the fact that we were able to increase the amount of time during the cafeteria. The supervisor for nutrition, Ms. Duran, she mentioned specifically that was huge when it came to increasing the volume of students being fed during the lunches.
I want to say that she actually said plus 50 meals
Yes.
based on those 15 minutes.
Vice President Spray, did you have something?
I just wanted to say thank you to you and I appreciate it. If the more often you come up and talk to us, the better it is, the more questions we get answered. And it's just good to have an understanding. Thank you.
I believe Dr. Lane's going to have us do this a little more often. So
Thank you.
yes, ma'am.
Appreciate it.
Great presentation. Thank you so much. Okay, we're moving right along to our next presentation. It's going to be a presentation of Taos Municipal Schools, Yazi Martinez in the district, Director of Federal Programs, Melissa Eager, and Associate Superintendent Renata Mondragon, and Director of Federal Programs. Is that correct there, Dr. Rainier Martins? I'm not sure that's a typo or not, but nonetheless, you're up. Oh, he is part of it.
Members of the board, Dr. Layton and community members, I'm going to be presenting to you how we're addressing the Yazi Martinez lawsuit at Taos Municipal Schools. So we have formed an equity council. Every school district and charter school in the state is supposed to have an equity council. Our equity council is comprised of representatives of the subgroups identified in the lawsuit. So those are Native Americans, English language learners, students with disabilities, and students with economic disadvantage. Our equity council last year was large and had 3 student representatives, 2 parents, multiple members of the school, multiple teachers, multiple members of the district, and multiple community members. I'm right. Okay. We talked about the purpose of equity councils, which is to monitor the progress of the students who are identified in the lawsuit. We looked at and make advisements to the school board. We spent a lot of time doing data analysis of the NMASA. We also dug into iReady scores, the graduation rates, and then NMSR scores, which are their science test. We looked at resources that are designed to meet the needs of subgroups, and we reflected on our personal experiences that informed the discussion. This is a big task. So we had lots of questions and ideas that surfaced during these meetings. And so here are some samples. I think one of the biggest ones that we wanted to make sure that we were really careful with was how can our recommendations align with what schools are currently doing and finding successful. So we wanted to do a little more research on that piece. So we had 3 meetings last year. We're going to have more than that this year because it's a really big task to really make sure that we're being vigilant about these issues. So we're going to convene monthly meetings beginning on September 23rd. We're going to utilize the tools from the New Mexico PED Cultural Relevancy Inventory to help us focus our discussions so that we can really identify the gaps in our systems and supports. And we really want to be prepared to give you a budget recommendation for the spring season. As I was thinking about what we're doing in Taos Municipal Schools to address equity, I wanted to highlight a sample of some of the funds used to support the academic achievement of our students. This is just a sample. When we think about supporting all of our students, it's almost all of our funds. And then here are some of the resources that were provided with our investments in equity. And this is just, again, a sample of some of the resources that we've identified and funded.
President Flores, Superintendent Layton. The section that I'm going to be presenting on, and I'll do it briefly because this is developing within PED, is the state level on the instructional part for Yazzie Martinez. Last year, we began having trainings from PED on the accreditation process that all of the districts are going to be going through. Part of the accreditation is looking at how we are implementing Yazzie Martinez within the districts. When Superintendent Layton had asked me about some of these items, I did let him know that unfortunately for our district, we were ahead of the curve on some of these initiatives that we had because we are one of the districts that are historically considered Native American school districts. So we've been having to report on these items for several years. So the areas of focus that PED is looking at is Indian education programming, ensuring that we have our TESSA report, which every November, that's what I present on when we're at Taos Pueblo. It's something that we give to the tribe. It incorporates our consultation that we do every year at the end of the year, getting the input from tribal government and from the IEC meetings on what the community wants us to see or what they want us to be spending our funds on. And we also let them know what was allocated for the district so that they can help make decisions on what the goals will look like for the district. Our homeless program, which again, we've had our homeless liaison. Director Eager is overseeing the program this year, and we do have a new coordinator or liaison for the district for that program, which we're very happy. We were without one most of the year last year, unfortunately. Our special education program, which we're, as you know, and Dr. Layton will be going over it as well, really looking at the program and how it's supporting all of our students, and are we utilizing all of our funds towards them. The district is also, tonight we'll be presenting on an MOU. We're looking at outside community resources and how we can bring them in for our students with special needs. CTE and honors availability, that's at our high school level, and Ms. De Herrera has been doing an excellent job of looking at the CTE courses. So that's something that PED is also looking at, and then our ELL supports in addition to that. What we would like to see is to be able to get a liaison like we do with our Indian education program last year with a recommendation of board member Concha. We did hire another liaison who is a certified teacher for our Native American students at the high school and mid school level, which we've seen that and we've reported on has been a huge benefit for our students and having that adult who knows how to go into the classrooms and work with other teachers and help advocate for our students. Funding resources for identified subgroups is our at-risk funding, and that's when we first received at-risk funding, what we did was work with our principals and their school site leadership teams to identify areas that we could funnel that money into. So at the elementary level, we have ELL supports for students. And then at the high school and mid-school levels, we have our social workers that we're funding for. I'm not going to say it's enough funding. And I think that's something that's been coming down on PED to let them know that, you know, while they're saying they're doing all of these things, we don't have enough funding still. And the districts are looking at what resources we do have and trying to spread those out to ensure that we're covering all of these groups. What I did list for you was the accreditation, all of the components
based on Native American, culture and that solely, but talk about equity, I just want not just the community at large, but teachers, educators, everyone to understand that, all these areas of focus should be represented, like being intentional on who's at the table, making sure there's somebody representing students with disabilities, someone representing the Native population. I did see Alice Martinez was on there, but also making sure, the economically disadvantaged, which you have Dream Tree on there, and just kind of spreading that across the
Right.
board so that people do understand it's just not a Native American focused concept, and that we are serving all of the underprivileged youth, and just keep pushing that educational component of what it is that you guys are doing, because you're doing a great job.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Good evening, President Flores, Superintendent, Vice President Spray, Secretary Trujillo, members King and Concha. I'm here to talk about revenue aspect of IASI Martinez, so specifically the calculation of at-risk units. You might know that the legislative session updated the state statute 22.823.3. Before the update, the at-risk units were calculated based on 3 data sets. One data set was the Title I data, that is federal provided data, and essentially nobody in the state could really follow how the federals are calculating that. It's a black box. And then the other big issue of that data set was that it was always outdated data. But I believe that's commonly known, as many superintendents called that out. Then mobility data was used, which was also a problematic data set. Why the data entry was done primarily by receptionists at schools who many times weren't trained or schooled enough to type the data correctly into the system. And the last data set was English language learners. As you know, English language learners was now broken out in its own units. So that data set is good in general. Schools know how good people speak English or not. But I would like you to focus now on the economically disadvantaged student group addressing in IASI Martinez, because the at-risk units are essentially now the funding source for the economically disadvantaged kids. And this funding course is based now on the Family Income Index data. So you know that there was a Family Income Index fund.
While brushing, all sweaty, running down the hallway.
Forum, we'll go ahead and get started. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and reconvene this meeting. I make a motion to reconvene.
Second?
Call for the roll.
President Flores,
Yes.
Vice President Spray,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Board Member King,
He's not here. Go ahead.
Board Member Concha.
Yes.
It's 8:23. So we'll go ahead and move forward to item 9 on the agenda, student outcomes, our campus principal presentations. We have Arroyos del Norte Principal, Mr. Anthony Medina, who will do a presentation to the board. Good evening, Mr. Medina.
Good evening, President Flores, Vice President Spray, Superintendent Dr. Layton, colleagues and community members. It's an honor to be here to present to you on behalf of Arroyos del Norte. With regards to my presentation, we just want to go over some mission statement and some goals we had at the beginning of the year when we started speaking about student improvement. And so some of these facts that our teachers and I came up with regards to our mission going into the school year. One thing we wanted to do is improve student performance in all core content areas by increasing walkthroughs and targeting feedback so that instructional practices are differentiated and focused on individual student needs, so every student receives an individual education. Secondly, to increase student attendance by collaborating with AD&E families who need support and by celebrating student attendance. And number 3, to utilize our AD&E's community schools after-school enrichment program to supplement the academics after school hour or before school hours with aiding teachers and community organizations that are focused on our goals. So those are more common missions moving into the school year. Next slide, please. Some of the goals we have is to increase student engagement. Currently, we have a brand new organization, Reading Quest, at our school to provide intervention with regards to teacher referral. And on top of that, we have also Embudo Valley Tutoring, who's also going to be helping us for our after-school program. And that's going to be two sources beyond what we do with teachers. That's going to help us to get the intervention we need. And teachers are also doing intervention as we speak. They're doing it during their collaboration and also helping students by making sure there's time for them on a one-on-one basis, especially the students who are really needing the extra support. We're also focusing on student safety at our school, student attendance, teacher performance, and principal feedback that's based on formal observation, walkthroughs, and teacher feedback so that every governing body at the school has an accountability factor with regards to how we approach students and how we teach them in school. The next slide. We're also focusing on the AVID strategies. That's a pretty big deal at our school. We actually have 4 assemblies that we do, and part of it all is part of the AVID strategies. So one thing the teachers are really working on, and it's kind of broken down within the primary or intermediate grades, but we're working on 2-column note-taking strategies, partial quotient to decomposing and area remodeling, and multiplying up, repeated addition, subtraction, grouping, and place value division. So teachers have the fundamental pieces they have in front of them to start the actual academic year and to have a goal in mind as we go through the school year. Next slide, please. With regards to aiding staff and student safety procedures, we've already done 2 fire drills on the 11th of August, on the 13th, 2 shelter in places on the 19th, 22nd of August. We've also done lockdowns on the 25th and 27th. We've been practicing these during complicated times such as, activities or even lunch hour, so that in case something does happen, because it never does happen when students are just in classroom, it happens when they're out and about. So our front office has developed a binder that each teacher has with them, which has all the notes they need to have, an attendance roster, so that when everything's filled out in the actual drill, we have a time that we've actually done, so there's a time to it, and there's names, and we have accountability for every student on campus. Even though not in the classroom, we know where they are, and these binders that we have, each teacher carries them in during recess, in during lunch hour, so that in case something happens, they have procedures within the actual binder. Next guideline, please. I had mentioned before my last board report, the next slide, please, is that we've had House Kids IVAN members who visit our school, and this is a picture of these nice folks. They did an eye exam for every student in our school. So, and beyond when those eye exams, they're able to refer students who needed eyeglasses. And part of their research was that many students who enter school, sometimes they may not be doing well, not because they don't understand the work, but because they just can't see, or they don't understand how to really elaborate how that really feels. So these folks came into our school free of charge. And I think you all know how much an eye exam costs, and did an eye exam for every student in our school, which I thought was amazing. And from there, 25 referrals were made from students that they knew they need eyeglasses. So now we're in the procedure of getting parents to sign these forms. Once they return it, they're able to get eyeglasses, and they're working through Dr. Compton's office to make this happen, so that when they have these records, they're really set in stone, so that anytime they go someplace, these records can be found by any eye doctor in the state of New Mexico. So we're really grateful for Dr. Compton and her office, and for the Kids IVAN members who helped our school. Next slide, please. We're also very fortunate. This is my 5th year at Rosa Nortes. This is our 5th year we've had a string quartet. We've had the Philadelphia String Quartet. We've had the Chicago String Quartet. We had the Santa Fe String Quartet, and now we have the Curtis String Quartet. These are all individuals. These are people from Canada, from Quebec. And they're fascinating. These are young students who have, someone like our students were at one time, who have practiced music. And a lot of students who really gravitate to this have an interest in how they produce music through violin for their string quartets. So they have their string instruments. And one of the fascinating things that there was 4 members. The member on the right-hand side holding up the shining violin, her violin was made in 2012, the youngest one of them. But the person next to her, his was made in 1736. So these that's what I said. It's amazing that these violinists have such these old violins that are still in use, and it just makes you wonder how many people have played these instruments down the generations, and they're able to come to our school and to show the kids something of that age, and they're still being used in that type of environment. So our students really love this. I love it. It's one of the most, I think at the beginning of the year, we have Miss Eberhardt. She is a musician from Angel Fire. She sets up these quartets that come in, and these people come in to really talk to the kids, and they ask questions about, well, where do you see yourself in 5 or 10 years? And the students can say, I like to play an instrument, and it gets them excited about something I think has a lot of value in our community. But this is one area that we really enjoy having these string quartets come to our school, and the kids look forward to as well. So we really like that. Next slide, please. We're working on our attendance, and we're starting the first day of school. And so here you see a little bit of the first weeks of school, our data. So our first week of school, we were at 91.8% attendance. The second week of school, we're at 90.7%. And then the last week before, we're 93.7%. So we're hitting like that 92% range, which is good. But still, that's why eight or nine of our students are missing. So these 80 students who are constantly missing, we've already done an attendance plan with them, with Miss Trujillo from Ranchos. She works at both Ranchos and Arroyos del Norte. And we've gone with parents. So we don't want to make parents feel awkward about why they're late or why they're not bringing kids to school. We want to make them understand that it's sometimes an issue. Sometimes you have parents whose cars don't work, or sometimes they work in 2 or 3 jobs. And so our school needs to be aware that parents are really making the best effort to get to school. And we should not demoralize them, but help them to understand whether to work with them. And that has gone along with parents, and they're much more able now to come speak to us, and the teachers to, I think, just to kind of make us aware of what they can do to be part of the actual attendance. Maybe sometimes they're 5 minutes late, and that 5 minutes can be used served at a different time. But students are really understanding the importance of being in school. And I think that the way we approach parents has a big way of making them feel comfortable but not ashamed of being late or missing school from time to time. Next slide, please. Here's some of the things we've been doing at our school with regards to attendance. We've already met once with Mr. Hill. We had another meeting on the 8th. Basically, we're going over the state policy with regards to how we're supposed to be taking attendance and what we do in case students are missing. If they start missing more than 5 days, 10 days, what the procedures are. So we go through these procedures so all teachers understand what that is, and so they can make phone calls, enter information to Panorama, so we have a good understanding what's going on with our parents and the students, and to make a clearer picture we can do support them. Teachers are still taking roll at 9 at 1 o'clock, and we have Ms. Trio sometimes call me, hey, Dr. Medina, we have Ms. Liz Gilroy, she hasn't taken attendance yet, so I'll go to Liz's class and, hey, Ms. Liz, can you please take attendance? So it's become a norm, and I think the more we take the attendance on time, it draws a better picture of what we can do to kind of support attendance. I've been taking over the tardies, so I have an idea who comes in late. So I do that at 9 o'clock in the morning. And I talk to the students about being on time, even though they have nothing to do with regards to being in school. They don't drive, but it's good for them to know how important it is so they can be the facilitators of their own voice with their parents to kind of get them to school earlier. And with regard to that, students, we also honor not only students, but staff with perfect attendance. And I think teachers, when we call out for the AVID assemblies, and we call teachers out who've been there, it's kind of an honor for them to get a certificate. I mean, even adults like to get certificates and be recognized for being in school. And that's something that we take pretty serious with even our staff, so that they have an honor they can be honored for the amount of time, because teaching is a pretty tough deal. I think that sometimes we get caught up in the big picture of schools and what have you, but being in the classroom, that's a tough thing to be. And all of us have been teachers, so we understand that. So we just want to make teachers aware of how much we are aware of it, and how proud we are that when they take time to be at school every single day during the school year, that we want to honor them. Even if it's a certificate, but the certificate really means a lot coming from the staff, because they see how important that is. Program events. I was speaking to Mr. King, and he wants an opportunity to come to our school. On the 25th of this month, on the Thursday, we're going to have our first Fall Fest, which is not Halloween, but it's Fall Fest, and our PTA has been wonderful. They have come in. These are parents who have jobs, sometimes 2 jobs, but they'll come to our school to make sure that they make themselves aware of what's going on with the campus and what they can do to improve our school. So part of our Fall Fest this year on the 25th, we're going to have a petting zoo. We're going to have cornhole, a photo booth, and for the first time, a salsa contest, which is pretty cool. And they're going to use some of the actual peppers that we have in our greenhouse, and tomatoes and certain onions. And we're going to allow some of the kids to make some salsa and just get their hands dirty and do a good job of doing that. So I thought that's a wonderful thing. And I think they're going to enjoy that. So we're looking forward to the 25th of this month at 2:30 to 6 o'clock would be a nice time for a Fall Fest. Our first bullet for food distribution, we're also doing that through our after-school program, our community school program. So we've already donated 100 pounds of food on the 20th and the 27th. And Miss Nikki Kane, our community school coordinator, she's a wonderful person. We should be Farmer Nikki, for the one person who come out to the schools and work on the garden. Now she's working with us. So she's a wonderful resource. She's easy to talk to, and parents really feel comfortable working with her. And before, our community school room was way in the middle of school. So I think sometimes parents felt a little bit ashamed going in and getting food. But now she's right at the beginning, she's the first classroom at the front of the school. So there's easy access for parents to go in. So it's more comfortable for them to be at our school. And she's been making a tremendous impact in our school thus far. We already have our first Avid Assembly planned. It's hard to believe, in about 3 to 4 weeks, we have our first 9 weeks. So we're getting into the meat of school now. So the Thursday, October 9th will be our first assembly, Avid Assembly, which is attendance, but it's also a character attendance, which has to do with our students, the way they govern themselves in school, how well they take care of themselves, how well they are with others. So we partner a lot of our students, older students, with our kindergarten students who are new to school. So whenever we have assemblies, we allow our 5th graders to sit with kindergartners, kind of show them the way that we do assemblies. Because we really feel like when you build leadership, you have to build it with students by showing them what to do and give them an opportunity to become leaders. And that's been a very big thing. In the kindergartens, we see that as a very powerful thing, to have a 5th grader come sit with them during the assembly. And then when they get a little loud, the 5th graders say, hey, you need to quiet down. There's stuff going on, and they listen to them. So we don't have to have teachers in the crowd asking these kids to calm down. Just the presence of a 5th grader next to them is all they need to kind of move forward. Just a couple other bullets we mentioned before. The attendance meeting we've had. Well, the first one was on the 26th, and the other one was on September 8th. Bullet number 4, we talked about Kids IVAN that were there on the 26th of the last month. Bullet number 5, we had our first PT meeting on Thursday, 21st. We were very honored to have Dr. Layton attend that PT meeting. It wasn't a board meeting or anything special like that. It was special enough where it made an impact on our parents and our teachers, or even the students who got a chance to meet him. And I think that goes a long way for our school district to have a superintendent step in for a PTA meeting and to be there to listen to our parents' wants and needs for our school. And that went a long way. So we really appreciate you being Dr. Lee. Thank you. Bullet number 6, we had our open house the day before school started, which we never had before. It was a kind of idea of the teachers. And instead of having it in the cafeteria, we had it in our breezeway. So as parents walked in, we had a little small paper with about 8 stamps that each teacher had. So as parents went to each stand, they got a stamp on their sticker, and they were each kind of allowed each of the parents to know where things were. But it was much more informal. I didn't even have to set that presentation. We just allowed parents to kind of meander through the campus. They went from classroom to classroom to community schools to talk to our Title I people. But it was a really different way of doing our open house, and we did it the day before. We never had a day before. I never done an open house ever in my career the day before school or before school started, but we had a big success. And we had a big turnout. That's something we're going to continue for next year. We really like that. Also, I just talked in bullet number 7 about the Curtis String Quartet. We're very proud to have them. And also, we've begun our boy assessment, our beginning of the year assessments. We have those completed now. So now the teachers are taking all the data from the boy assessment from the iReady, and we're using it in our data room. And with regards to that, we also have a form that we have. And the form is basically like a roll sheet, but on the sheet, we have the ELA and math. We have the scores. Each score has a color. So if the students are kind of below level, they see a red. If they're kind of approaching grade level, they have a yellow. If they're on grade level above, they have a green. So by tracking these data, we know that from the first test to the middle of the year, we see the trend in what students are doing. So data right now is pretty important, but it's even more important when we get to December and we get some data back from the first semester. And that's when we start to kind of make more of our bigger moves with regards to kids and how we develop our curriculum and lesson plans, so that we tailor it so the students who are receiving more support are the students that needing it based on their data. So we think that's pretty important. It kind of cuts down on time and guessing. We know what we need to do. We know the students that need the work. And the data room that we have is something that I think goes along with our master plan of working together to make sure the students are receiving the best possible education that's focused on their needs. And that concludes my presentation, and I stand for any questions.
The board have any questions or comments for Dr. Medina?
I have a comment because you're in my district. Welcome.
Thank you.
When you were talking about the music and all the time, oh my God, my heart just was full. It's so exciting that those kids are getting exposed to all that. Thank you so much.
Yes, one thing I have to mention, I didn't mention it here because we've been working on it, but we are going to have a basketball tournament. If it's the last thing I do, we're going to have it, we're going to have it in springtime and we're going to sponsor it through our PTA. It's going to happen
Nice.
after school. We really want to get that going. I mean, my memories of being in the school district was we used to come from Rosseco and play at Enos, and I want, it was an exciting time. And as a child, I still remember that. I want these kids to have that same feeling of coming to the schools and competing against their students in an environment that's fun. And we have a great gym. It may not be as good as Rancho's gym because they got a brand new floor, but we got a good gym too, and be okay with that. So I think having that sports, and we have a lot of students in our school that are competitive. They're athletes. We don't hear much about them very much because they're still at that level where they're not, we're not really seeing them. Lucas, that you saw earlier, he's a great skier and basketball player. We've had kids come in from Ranchos and some of their schools that want to play. So we have the students that want to, we have coaches, and now we know what we need to do in order to make that happen. So the tournament, like I said, we probably be right before spring break or afterwards, but we feel that's going to be a good thing for the schools to open up our doors for our families, community to have these tournaments, because that's something I grew up with and I want our students to also have as well.
Thank you for all the care that you
Absolutely.
exhibit. Thank you.
Secretary Trejo.
President Flores, I just love hearing the whole rounded type of teaching that is available to our students. And my sister sent me, and I'm gonna have her, I couldn't find it and that's what I was kind of searching to see if I could find what she sent. And it talked about math and reading, but it did bring in all this other, the art, the music, everything that makes a child, because not everybody is proficient in math. Not everybody is proficient in reading. Not everybody has the same abilities but yet they excel in other areas that should be recognized. And again, when kids might be inspired by hearing this kind of music, or by even watching a game, anything that would just spark that interest in a child is just so great. And thank you for having that. That is just huge to see young people just endeavoring to excel, and to share that, to share their experience all the way from Canada, did you say?
Quebec.
Yes, and that's beautiful. And I have my two nephews that one of them is doing, actually the boy and the girl are doing piano. And then now my other grandson is going to do guitar, and he just doesn't want just to do the guitar through the mariachi group. He wants special lessons. So, but they get inspired by the music that compels them. And they say that children that learn to play the piano are better in math. Again, it's to be noted. Thank you.
I appreciate that. And one last thing before I leave is I just want to say that the staff that we have at Arroyo's, the teachers, the ancillary staff, the cooks, the custodians, everybody, they're such a great staff that sometimes you have to ask them to do things that are hard. They want to do things that are hard. They want to do things that make the life of those kids better. And they're the biggest advocates beyond the parents and their families that those kids can have. They want good things for them. So the kids that go to our school, the kids we have at our schools here in the Taos Middle Schools, they're lucky to have such great teachers that really care and have the administration and have our board members, because really everything has to be clicking on all 8 cylinders for everything to kind of work. And it's just doing that. So I think this, the way we're organizing our district now, what we're doing to become better at what we do and holding people accountable for the things they're supposed to be held accountable for is going to pay dividends. It's hard at first, it's about change. But I think at the end of the day, it's worth it, because we're putting a good commodity out to make sure kids are prepared when they enter the world. It's going to be a tough one for them, but the more they know, the better they'll do.
Board Member King, did you have a comment or question?
Excellent report. Really appreciate it, Dr. Medina. So the date of your Fall Fest is the 25th?
Thursday,
Okay. What time again?
2:30.
2:30.
You gotta be ready to come.
And what time until when?
I think it goes to 5:30, 2:30, 5:30, 2:36 around there, yeah. Yeah,
then,
and you're all welcome to come.
How's the attendance? Excuse me, how's the enrollment of your?
This is the first year we started under 100. I think we're at 96 now. Before those years we started right around 90, 98, 900. We're at 96, which isn't too bad. We've lost 4 students from last year. And I think a lot of it just, we'll gain those back as the year goes on. I know we're gonna have, parents who came to us from Anansi. They're just kind of waiting for some things going on. Things I hear within the actual community. So, we have the right amount now. We always could use more students. That's something we always want to have. With regards to the ones we have, we're at 96 right now.
And the basketball tournament.
Yes,
So you guys haven't done it since COVID, right?
I've been here 5 years and we haven't done them since then. I don't think we did it before. It's been a few years before that. I don't know if, Ms. Rooney, did you have it when you were principal there?
Yeah, my
So-
daughter, yeah,
Yeah,
we took third, and that's beginning of her athletic career. I know I was the coach, and it was great joy for the charter. And it's nice now, there's a league, so there's not the rivalry anymore.
Yeah.
So the kids can play, actually, kid from Ranchos can be with a kid from Royals, and they don't have that. What school are you from? When
Right.
they go to the middle school.
and it's good for them, even having schools like Anansi, Taos Charter come and join us. They're kids. They don't care what school you go to. They just want to be around with their kids. And I think it's a good thing for them to get out there and meet other kids so that when they get to middle school, high school, all these students that they've seen around will be people they see at the school. So it just makes sense for them to get in an environment like that.
It's great.
Dr.
That's
Trio,
so we wish you the best.
Yeah, thank you.
Have they, what is the time again that it takes for the kids to be bused from the library to Arroyos?
I believe that's 7:10, 7:15 area in the morning. And we have, to be honest with you, we have a lot of students that come from Llano, from Ranchos. His parents are willing to do that, or even drive them from their homes to Arroyos. It just seems like they, when there's something they want to do or a place they want to be, they just make it happen. But we're very honored to have that because that bus from the library, even on the way back from school out, there's a lot of parents we know that are waiting for those kids at that library because that helps them too, in order not to drive way out to Royal Cycle. And it's not that far. I do it every single day, but for some parents who work and have other obligations, that's a wonderful resource to have the bus at least come to here in town, pick up the kids, drop them off here, and it provides parents that extra support they need to make sure kids get to school. And that's something we really appreciate. Bus 14 and bus 25.
Because we just heard earlier that those routes were being looked at. And I was just wondering if it had anything to do with a time. Dr. Layton, do you know?
One of the things we're trying to do is make it more efficient so that we can cut the time right, exactly. And the particular software that we have in place now is maximizing those efficiencies, but we can't just rely on the software. So this is why they ride the bus to make sure that we can maybe decrease the times, which increases the time that the kids are in the classroom, but at the same time decreases the time that they have to wait.
Because again, the last I heard, I think last year, it was like 50 minutes on the bus to get to school from the library to the school and back again. That's 2 hours that, that the child has to spend outside the home, aside from the class. And that's a long time. But again, if the parents are making the sacrifice to drive them, that's a different story too.
It'd be nice to teach a class in the bus on the way to school so you get some educational time in her.
You guys have that gym, do you have a gym coach or just a classroom teacher?
We have Miss Deborah Gentet. She's our, she does 3 things. She's our title interventionist. She works with the library. She's a librarian and she's all PE coach. So we have a rotation we use, daily rotation. So there's times where some kids get library, sometimes they get PE. So she's awesome. I mean, she's a jack of all trades and there's a lot of work at her school that really provide that support for those areas that we just spoke about.
thank you, Dr. Medina. It's great to hear you speak so highly of your teachers in your school, but we can't forget that you're a great leader and you're a great principal, and we're very lucky to have you within this district teaching at Arroyos del Norte.
That means a lot to me. I appreciate that. Thank you.
You've done great for that school and the district. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Okay, that takes us, we have campus reports for review. If the board has any questions or comments, please relay those to the superintendent and he'll disseminate them to the administrators. I want to thank all of our administrators for providing the report for the board and also for the public. This is public content, so we appreciate it very much. Item 10 is the superintendent report. Dr. Antonio Leyen Jr.
President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board, see if we can get the presentation up there. And I'll go ahead and start a little bit because one of the things that we want to work on is student enrollment. And so once we get the presentation up, we should see the enrollment numbers. Board, if y'all can just bear with me just a few minutes just to get this technical piece out. And so while we wait for the presentation, I'll go ahead and just work with the numbers at least for now. So for week one, we had a district enrollment of 1716. Week two, we had a student enrollment of 1749. And week three, enrollment of 1740. And so when we want to compare from last year, week three to this year, we do have a drop of 24 students for now. And again, this has been customary for the beginning of the year. So we're hoping to pick those up as soon as we get the next week's going. So there we go. And thank you, Samantha, for getting that technical piece. No, it's the air condition. So again, week one, 1716, week two, 1749, week three, 1740. We did see a drop from this year to last time of 24 students, but we are working now with our principals to identify. One thing I can say in looking at some of the data, some of our students that were concerned with their, what's the best way to say it? They were considered with their citizenship. They weren't enrolling this year. And so that's something that we're working on to message out there that our schools are safe to be in. So that's one of the things that we noticed in one of the drops in our student populations. So up next, we have the district attendance. First week, 94.46. Second week, 94. Week three, 92.8. And the overall ADA is 94. Our data for the attendance is still embargoed, so we're going by with the last number that we had of 88%. Once the state releases our data, we'll go ahead and update what the 24-25, but we're just going by what we had in the last week, the last presentation of the total overall district average at the end of the last year. Moving forward, district attendance, I want to congratulate Arroyos del Norte Elementary. They did win the ice creams for the first month. And so one of the things I wanted to show is, I know Dr. Medina had some of the data there that shows 92%, but after you clean up the data, the excuses and all that, he actually comes up to 96%. Now, I do want to make a note, and I will continue this, is Cyber Magnet, because they are such a small school, we will always make sure that they are treated fairly and make sure that they get their ice creams as well. And so when it comes to the highest staff attendance, talk about doing that, we come up with Ranchos. Ranchos had 98% staff attendance for the month of August. What I would like to say, Dr. Marmol sends her best. She did have to attend to personal matters, but her campus does get the burritos for having the highest staff attendance for the month of, so. I'm sure they won't be eating them in the gym floor, but at least they'll be able to enjoy it. Up next, foundational goal 2, educator excellence. I just wanted to show the board a little bit of, and the community, the school sites visits that I've been able to do for the last month. And so what you see is by campus. In gray, what you see is scheduled visits and you see unscheduled visits. And so the highest campus for right now was Taos High School. Obviously, it's one of our largest, but I think Ms. Emmy has seen me there quite a bit this past month. And we even held our cabinet meeting at the high school to make sure that we have the direct input from our principal at the meeting itself. And so I just wanted to make sure and let the board and the community well aware that we are visiting our school sites, both visited or scheduled and unscheduled. Next, we did have our first DOT, that is not Department of Transportation, that is the district organizational team meeting, and that encompasses our directors, supervisors, where we sat together to discuss some of the highlights and some of the concerns and then some of the solutions that we're working towards those concerns. And so that we were able to bring everybody together. We did find, I will say, for example, we had Dennis, of course, he's our custodial manager, but he did provide some great input that sometimes there are some people who can't do their application online. And so he suggested in this DOT meeting that if we can provide a station with some assistance so that when somebody does come in and they do have a hard time putting the application, that we can sit in there and provide assistance to filling out the application that they may not be able to do from home. And they may not have those computer services. So that's the kind of input that we brought up together. And each one, again, shared their successes, they shared their challenges, and they also shared solutions that we can bring to the table. And our next one, foundational goal 3, family and community engagement, community and stakeholder engagement. This one's just a timeline, just of the different events going from the Rotary Club meeting back in July through the Senator Gonzalez's AI economic impact there held at the county chambers, as well as going down the line into August of the PTA committee meeting at Arroyos. Also meeting with some of our organizations and foundations that do provide us with a lot of philanthropy. But I wanted to show you a timeline of the different visits so that you can see through the month of the different community engagement stakeholders that we are doing for this month. And at the end of the following month, I'll provide that same information, but for the month of September. But I did want to say foundational goal 3, there we go. Family community engagement, the town of Taos did have a softball field dedication. So I went as a representation for the district just to do a little bit of groundbreaking ceremony. And it's a good collaboration with the town because during the summer, you know, when there's times that our schools may be closed, at least we know that there's another outlet for our students to be able to compete. And we know if they compete at the town, at some point, they're going to be competing here in our district. So I just wanted to mention that was one of the visits. And that concludes my presentation as far as the foundational goals. And so I stand for questions for any one of these in particular.
Does the board have any questions or comments for Superintendent Leyen? Thank you, Superintendent, for getting out to our school sites and also for your community engagement. I think it's very important. And as your report showed, you're diligently getting out there and representing the district.
Thank you, President Flores, members of the board. Up next, we have 10.4, Special Education Program Initiatives to address Indicators 4B, Indicator 13, and compliance monitoring concerns, including the CES and TAP audit concerns. So each of you has a copy of the different dated either indicators, memorandums from PED, March 11th, March 25th, the 28th, and the 22nd. What I can say is, like, for example, the March 11th, indicator 4B talks about the significant discrepancies by race or ethnicity. So we received this letter memorandum from PED. Needless, I just want to say they did not have the correct to who. They did start making those corrections. But they sent it, and the biggest concern was a rate of suspension, expulsions by race or ethnicity for students with IEPs. And it's a concern if it's more than 3 times at the state average. So if you flip the page over, you'll notice that it talks about the race or ethnicity of Hispanic, the number of size 472, the LEA rate, which is 1.77%, and the state rate, which is 0.4271%. So that is 4% above the state rate. So what the Office of Special Ed at PED wants to know is, what are we going to do about it? What are the policies and procedures that we have in practice that relate specifically? So this response was already submitted. We have brought in restorative justice. We worked the discipline matrix, and that was a collaboration of administration, social workers, parental input, just so that we can address the high rate specifically that's above the state average. The next memorandum that was sent to us, March 25th, they look like at least they got the to who part, not the interim, but nonetheless, they wanted to talk about indicator 13, pre-finding notifications. And this specifically had to do with question 4 and question 5 with IEP compliance. This was, does the plan include transition services, and does it include course of study? And so they brought, meaning PED brought this up to our attention. We did do correction files, and the results are part of a corrective action plan that we did have to submit to our PED services. Next up, we do have the CES TAP report. So having said that, we received different notifications of possible discrepancies. And so they were already reviewing the program for the deficiencies that we had. And so as part of oversight, I had assigned the program under Associate Superintendent for direct oversight of the special ed program. And so having said that, what we wanted to check to see what kind of gains have we made, if any, the last 2 years. And so we did provide support systems throughout the compliance for the overall component and instruction. We felt that there was a need for a second set of eyes, something different from just PED. So we did hire CES, the Special Education Compliance Audit, and what we wanted to do is, okay, what is it that you see, and does it show that we've made progress in the last 2 years based on what we had? And so as we moved our students, as we as a board, you as a board and us as a district are moving to student outcomes and compliance commitment, especially towards Yasser Martinez, we were using this particular data to improve programming so that we could ensure students are receiving the appropriate services as it's stated on the IEPs. So some of the findings that we see is, once we turn the page over, this is the different data sets. Page 4 in particular shows the IEP reviews, which kind of goes back to that indicator, the previous indicator 13. And so CES reviewed and audited to the concerns from 2 years ago. And so what was looked at from 2023 was present levels, included if the students met the goals, not just test scores. Was there missing progress towards the goals? Was there inaccurate prior written notices? IEPs were still missing. This was, again, from 23. This is what they're going to be looking for, or they looked for, I should say. Missing parent invitations, annual goals. There's other bullet points there. But the idea was just to check what kind of progress we've made since 23 using a second set of eyes different from PED. And what we found, it goes through page 5 at the very bottom, and just to highlight some of the concerns from 23 in the audit were still present in the current audit. So while there was some progress made, there was still a lot of progress that hadn't been made. And so there's a whole list of bullet points of what was seen as still present in the current audit versus what was shown in 2023. So it wasn't the progress that we were hoping for, but nonetheless, it's something that we have to address as a school system. Page 7 does talk about other findings from the 2025. Talked about restraint, seclusion. There was only one report written in 6 years. It required 75% of the students who have been subject to seclusion or physical restraint shall be provided notice within 24 hours. So other findings, pretty much what it boiled down to was we had made as a district the progress that we were hoping to in this particular program. And so continuing some of the pages from CES report, it does talk about parent and student involvement, evaluation and assessment, service implementation, documentation, and reporting. So wanted to share that with you and the public just to make sure that, that we are looking into these concerns to ensure that our students are receiving the appropriate services and that we do this so that we can increase student outcomes. All that, what we also did receive just recently, this past August, was the final state audit report. And so what it does, what we found from the official state audit report is that it actually mirrored what the CES audit did show us. And so they had given us preliminary findings, but this was the official state audit that came on the 22nd, or a little bit soon afterwards. But this was, we found out that it did mirror a lot of what the CES had provided. It was, what was approved in June as part of the CES audit, as well as the state audit preliminary findings, we did approve all our administration I gave them a directive that they do have to go over the LEA responsibilities. We also had all staff trained at the beginning of the year to ensure that we're compliant with all the requirements for PED. The CAP, Corrective Action Plan, did require training, so we did provide that to all our staff. But what I want to highlight pretty much is the fact that we had two different entities from two different lenses, but it resulted in pretty much the same conclusions. And so the team is working to ensure that, as you see through the report findings, that we are ensuring that all of these corrective action plans and monitoring systems are going to be taking place. And I can defer to our Associate Superintendent as well as our Director of Exceptional Programs if there's any specific questions as to what are we doing now, because I was thinking when I saw this is the big question should be, so what are we doing with this information, right? And so I would defer to our Associate Superintendent and Director of Exceptional Programs on how we're addressing some of these.
Good evening, President Flores, Vice President Spray, board members, and Superintendent Layton and Associate Superintendent Renata Mondragon. So to address some of these, and even if I haven't received yet at the very beginning of my work here in Taos Municipal Schools District, we already made a system in place at the very beginning to address standard operating procedures as we meet case managers per school site. So at the beginning of the school year, we acknowledge that there are a lot of challenges that we have to face, but with this, we should not be disempowered. We might as well turn it into an opportunity for us to learn as we grow together as one very, very strong district. And identifying those challenges and looking at the reality of it all, it might be so great, but looking at the real sense of what we are facing and looking at possible resolutions based on a lot of angles. One of these is the observations that we have with staff, and then that collaboration of us talking together as we establish systems in place. So at the beginning of the year, I prepared a binder, and this binder is not only a one-team preparation, it's a preparation with a lot of representatives as well to create a binder, which is a guide which has all a compilation of the guides and standard operating procedures on how we facilitate IEP, on how we do referrals, on how we proceed with to answer some of the needs that we have in the audit. So and with all these, and also I also assigned myself 1 day per week to do school visit. And with this school visit, I should be able to talk with case managers and other staff members, and even site administrators to talk about what are the challenges that we are having. Emails sometimes would be, it's good to have that warm body talking and to see what we really feel. And when we go to the site, we should be able to address the problems because we hear it in person. And so I'm also attending IEPs that are crucial, and that my presence as a director would be kind of a guide for the team to get to a decision that is compliant to what is expected from the state. And then we also empower our site administrators to be the LEAs, because that would also give a unity to a particular school, that the LEAs are active communicators and providers of their empowerment to the staff. Okay, so this is one of those that we put systems in place, and we have a lot of things. We have, and plus the syncing our data in PowerSchool and that of our special programs. Why is it important? It is because once we draw the data and it is syncing with all the information that is correct and information that, if I were to explain this one in a layman's term, PowerSchool and special programs do not dance together. They don't dance tango together. So there is that, I should say, yes. Therefore, it has to be manually inputted. And so that is one of the reason why we have to align this, because if special program data will not align with PowerSchool SIS, the moment we run the data, we might be leaving some students behind, because it doesn't give us the right picture of the data. And with that data that is coming from the state, and we have to provide it to the state, if we lose a student, we might lose the funding.
If
So-
I may,
Yes,
excuse me,
okay.
Dr. Terry, if I may, President Flores, Superintendent Lee, and what we are looking at this year, and in fact, our next school board meeting will be presenting something to you, is running the new program from PED, which is Synergy, so that we can have a program that does speak with our other system, but we will be moving over to that, which is a better platform for us when it comes to special education. One of the other components that we've implemented as well is that Dr. Malake is working with CES. We have 2 consultants that she's able to work with directly. They've been able to provide her with some manuals for the Child Find, CDB, and for special education procedures. What we'll be doing is looking over them to make sure that we're making them relevant to what the school district needs. So they're from other districts, so we are looking at other districts to see what they have in place, but bringing it to our school district so that it's relevant to what our needs are as the district. So that's one of the other components. We also do have our pre-K coordinator who's been going out and working with other school sites and with our pre-K program as well, and then strengthening up that Child Find, because if you do look at the state audit that we did have, that was one of the components that we really need to work on as a district, is going out and seeking those children. One of the other things that we're doing as well is we're going to start putting together, and we're in talks with Los Angelitos right now, but getting MOUs with all of the pre-Ks that are surrounding us in a district, because we do provide a lot of services for students that are in those other sites. We just need to come to an agreement of what that looks like. The training has been a big component for the district. It was mandated that all of our staff did have to attend that training at the beginning of the school year, and the administrators ensured that any staff that missed that day had to make it up, and we had a deadline for them to make it up as well. So we have the rosters of every staff member that had attended that. There's going to be additional trainings as well, so that our staff are aware of what the goal should be, what it looks like to put a correct IEP in place. And then we're also working with REC2, and I cannot remember the name of the program, but we have licenses purchased for all of our special education staff so that they can work on goals for the IEPs. Right, the goal book, thank you. And they'll be receiving training on that coming up shortly. I want to say it's at the beginning of October that REC will be conducting that training for our staff.
And for that board, I stand for questions, or we stand for questions for any component of the superintendent's report.
The board have any questions or comments? Board Member King?
Are we, it seems to me, I said, do we have the personnel? Let's just say it's a perfect world. What could, like, are you fully staffed in your office?
So going by that, Member King, I know we're kind of making sure we didn't discuss on personnel component, but yes, we are staffed. We
We're
are
fully
missing
staffed.
one component, but we're still in that process.
Okay, so we aren't fully staffed.
Correct.
Okay, because looking over this report, it's, you know, it looks like we're short of personnel in regards boots to the ground. We just don't have, you know, the paperwork's not being done, and I see that that's where the rubber's not meeting the road.
And just a reminder, it is a 2-year difference.
So it's a lag.
So it's a no, meaning that the CS report was a review of 23 to see what kind of progress we made, as well as the Office of Special Ed. So this was to see what progresses we made over the course of 2 years.
And it's pretty much, we're in the same place.
Mhm.
So, once again, I see it as we don't have personnel. So I'm,
President Flores, Superintendent Lee, and Board Member King, if I may partially answer that question. One of the pieces that we need to work on, and when you do start pulling files to look and do an audit within, it's looking at ensuring that all of the paperwork is completed. So it's, even if we were fully staffed, it would be a matter of us training and making sure that our staff are aware that each piece of paperwork needs to be signed and all of the boxes checked off on. The other part of that, which we started in June, was making sure that our LEAs understood what needed to be checked off so that they, as the administrators, could ensure that in an IEP, all of those components were being completed as well.
So if your question is a causal effect of one person, it's not a one person to do the whole thing. It's a systematic progress that we were hoping to see, but we didn't.
yeah, it's a team approach.
Right.
So, our daughter she's gifted, and I've met with 2 in the middle school and at the high school. And when she went to charter, so, and there's a group, and literally, you know, just seeing that the parents have not been consulted, are invited. I mean, it's, you know, so I'm seeing this as staff, there's not enough people to address the amount of students we have in the district. That's quite a few looking at the report. I mean, we're like at 700. I mean, you've got the kids who aren't tracking, then you've got the gifted component. So I just want to get an
Superintendent.
understanding.
That's not exactly what the report listed, the findings from the state and CS, but I understand your point.
Yeah, I
And
mean, if you've got, let's just say a perfect world, if you can break it down, like the ratios, like a classroom, okay? So if you've got too many students in a class, you know, I don't want to pick on the Royals, but they've got a great ratio for teacher to student. And Enos has more students, so, or as teachers, so there's 2 classes of the same grade. So I'm just looking at,
Yeah, the report did not, Member King, the report didn't mention about the ratio, more so just the compliance, the piece of the paperwork, but it's definitely following state compliance as follows the ratio, but
and so if we can, you know, let's just, you know, let's look at a school district. Once again, let's collaborate. We're not an island. Who's doing it correctly? And maybe we could talk to them. Or, you know, and the state can tell us, hey, these guys are, you know, they seem to be doing it correctly. So you find out, hey, how are you doing it? You know, this is not a time for, you know, I think we'd be humble and approach them and see if we can learn. You know, let's not get bitter, let's get better.
President Flores, Superintendent, this is where we are collaborating with CES, and one of the consultants that we do have is from APS. And she is the one that is providing us with those resources. But I do want to go back to what you mentioned about staffing. I'm not going to say that we're fully staffed when it comes to our classrooms. We are not. And we do need to be fully staffed. Finding special education teachers has been a challenge, and it's a challenge all around the state. However, I do want to go back to what the previous audits had been years back when we were fully staffed. And when those reports were pulled, it was still showing that the staff was not signing off on documentation or the invitations weren't going out. So this really, when I look at it, it's a professional development and how we are training. So when Dr. Malake went in with her binder and was meeting with our staff members, that's a way of us as the district saying, here's what needs to be completed for each IEP that you are attending and that you're putting on with our staff members. And at the beginning of the school year, the CAP did address that as well. Our presenter was very clear, and I think it would be a good idea, perhaps Superintendent Layton, if we presented that to the board as well. What the PowerPoint did say was you have to have the parents involved. These are all of the components that you need to have there. And it was necessary for our staff to be aware of the legality behind not having these there, which we do have our IEPs that are going on, but it's these other components that weren't being completed. So we do have that collaboration with a large district that's been able to implement it. And I think that's good that we'll be able to look at how we can scale that down for our district and not look at a micro district who, probably doesn't have as many students that we do and the ratio that we do, but they face some of the challenges that we also face.
We have Vice President Spray, Member Concha, and then Secretary Trujillo. Yeah.
There we go. Sorry. I'm just looking this way. Restorative justice was mentioned, and I'm wondering who leads that program?
President Flores, Superintendent Layton, Vice President Spray, that would be our school improvement coordinator, Nicole Mora Atencio.
Got it.
And she's working in collaboration with our SEL coordinator, Marco Valdez. And they've been able to get some restorative circles going at some of our school sites. They're looking at getting our trainer from Palms Association to come out and bring that training. And I think I had shared with you before, we want to have Raton come in because they are a district that has done an excellent job with restorative justice, and we want to bring them in so that we can use that as a model for the district.
And what schools does that program operate in? Do we do it in any school that
It's all
needs
of
it?
our school
All of
sites.
them. Okay, thank you so much. for
Yeah.
that.
Enos Garcia has, I want to say, has a restorative room that they've been utilizing as well, and that's been a huge success. Our principal there sat next to somebody from PED who runs it at the state level and kind of gave her a wish list of what he wanted, and he got boxes of everything he needed to have a restorative
Oh,
room for
nice.
students. So we do have one at
Okay,
at
thank you.
Enos.
Sounds like it's going really well. Thank you.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Thank you,
Board
Mark.
Member
Vice President Spray and Layton. We also have, there is also a system that that is initiated by the middle school staff, and I would like to commend the effort of our middle school ex-pro, Ms. Linda, and with the team that we have in middle school. There was one time when we talked about if there are staff in middle school that are very good at making IEPs, facilitating IEPs, that could be very good resource for those new teachers.
Right.
So we talked about it and we kind of established, just for the sake of piloting it, although they knew that I was thinking of making it that way, it is a very good strategy where we have a person who knows something and we have a buddy system. So that's something that we try with middle school staff, and I would like to commend the effort of our school sites as well, because they knew the system, they knew the processes, and so the new teachers have to sit with them one-on-one or one mentor with two new staff to be able to get through the process, and then they will be empowered. So that's kind of a very small steps, but once it ripples to a bigger step, it's going to be giving us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Board Member Concha.
Thank you, President Flores. I was seeing here where, there's no support for staff, for students with severe behavioral health needs. I know at one point, we had BMS, the Behavior Management Services. I used to be a BMS provider. Is there any, type of like, referrals to entities like House Behavioral Health or anything for these students? Just like as an alternative, because I know some of the providers are still in the area just to kind of help with, like groups, whether it's, attending like Love and Logic, or even for parents or for anything like supports at home, within the home, if we don't have the staff being supported, if we can find resources to support these types of students in the home. And then that leads me into, the number of students with IEPs, 516, that's quite a large number, with no clear process to exit the students from these services. And so maybe kind of working from the back a little, do we have a process in place now, an exit process? So, if we start looking at these IEPs, a lot of these students, like, for example, one of the students I worked with, he was on a behavioral IEP for like 3-4 years, and we made progress. I was his provider for 3-4 years. And at 11 years old, he didn't need that IEP to that extent. Like, he was making progress, but it wasn't being documented. So he could have been exited from the program had there been, a process in place. So I'm just wondering, to make our caseloads more manageable, do we at least work towards that process to exit some of these students who progressed and don't necessarily need IEP services anymore, and reduce those numbers?
Spray, and then, you can go to the microphone. My voice might be too sleepy right now. Okay, President Flores, Vice President Spray, Superintendent Layton. So, based on the advice that's given to me by mentors from APS, the CES mentors, there has to be an evaluation that should be made for a student to be exited. And there is one that needs to be exited, which we have an IEP meeting again next week. And so we had the evaluation already done, and it shows that the student needs to be exited. That could be one of the process that we can show as great documentation and justification that this student, based on the progress of the current evaluation, that this student doesn't need any more special education services, and it's time to exit the student.
And if I may add to that, President Flores, Superintendent Lee, and Board Member Concha, that is a really good point to bring up, and that's something that the district needs to start looking at. I do want to say something that we did find after COVID was that we were seeing an increase of students who were being identified as in need of an IEP. So the district does have a large number, and that was brought up by previous administrators as well, that they had identified that. But I think it goes back to that whole piece again of our professional development, and have we trained our staff to understand that goal setting and ensuring that our students are meeting those goals. And when they have met those goals and we've documented it, that it's time to start transitioning them out, that the IEP isn't something, if not needed, to carry them out throughout their entire career. It's, where it's there to help set those goals and help to start meeting those goals for them. So it does go back to the professional development and us training our staff. Right now, at this point, we don't have a system in place for that, but this is one of the components that we're working on based off of the audits that we do have in place now.
Yeah, I just wanted to make that point because I know even at one point there was kind of like an overdiagnosis of ADHD,
Right.
and we had a bunch of kids getting put on medication, and a lot of COVID did change a lot. And so when I look at like the struggles with behavior needs, just finding alternative ways, because that is a lot for teachers to deal with behavior issues in the classroom when you have so many other students.
Right. And if I may, we're one of the MOUs that we do have that's coming up now in new business is dealing with that exact situation where we do have another outside entity and resource that we can pull for our high needs students, and they can help provide services as well to these students to help with that support piece that we don't necessarily or have been able to find within the district.
Bring BMS back.
I agree.
But, okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to add.
Secretary Trujillo, you had a comment or question?
I want to say that audits serve their purpose.
Mhm.
And again, this is a report that, that again, sometimes it's, I don't think it had been done maybe before to this extent.
Correct.
And it shows the deficiencies that are very, very evident, but critical
Mhm.
to the students. And again, shows that, again, you mentioned the development that the people that are handling these cases, that they really understand what they're required to do, the responsibility that they have. And they should be totally committed, because usually people that work at this level are very committed to their job
Mhm.
and to the welfare of this child and of this student. And for their outcome, again, like board member Concha said, that they transition out of this place that they're in, and because of the available support.
Right.
And so within this, what did you call it, the development? I can't remember.
I'll say it's called professional.
Professional
Oh, yeah.
development, there you go.
I was like, which
Yeah,
one?
it just led down to, you know, it's, the reports are asking for answers. Answer the questions
Right.
for this child. Answer the questions that are required. And so that is what the report is asking for. Compliance.
Mhm.
It's all there. And it is for the welfare of these children. It is for the welfare of our school system, to make it better, to make it well, to make it whole. And these students need to be in that place. So we need to draw them out. We need to do our job so that it can better, we can get not just a better report, a better audit, but that it shows that we are doing the best that we can do for this department that is so critical in our entity.
President Flores, Superintendent Layton, if I may, Secretary Trujillo, I absolutely agree with you. And I want to say, you know, our staff were working as best they could, and they are doing a lot. And, you know, having that number of IEPs that they have to get through, and our LEAs as well, having to attend all of these meetings in addition to that. And this doesn't include all of our entities outside of the school district that they're having to work with. But I do want to say it is on us as the district that we are providing that professional development, so they do have a complete understanding of what needs to be completed and why it's so important that it is completed for our students. So thank you for recognizing that and seeing that we are starting that process as the district, so that our staff are fully aware of it and they have that support. I would hate to hold anybody accountable if we never provided them with the training that should have been in place for them in the first place.
And to add, they could be doing all of that, but
Right.
if they're not putting it, if they're not documenting it,
Correct.
again, that just lends itself to a report that is not
Right.
justified for us,
Right.
you know, that, or anybody that is going to be looking at these reports and compliance.
Right.
So you know, it's that critical.
It
I
is.
see it
Absolutely.
as being really critical for us, for all of us, because it represents us as a whole.
Right.
And I say we.
Thank you.
I have a question in regards to our IEP numbers versus other similarly sized districts. Have we looked at other similarly sized districts? And how do our numbers in regards to the students with IEPs relate to other districts similarly sized? Do we have a higher number, lower number, average?
So, President Flores, Superintendent Lee, and I wouldn't be able to answer that question. I can go back and check and see what the answer for that would be. What I do know from last year was when we were discussing it, looking at our numbers and, you know, the high rate that we were getting requests to have students tested, that's where it started becoming kind of an issue for us to hear that we were above the average. I couldn't say what it was exactly, but there's a certain percentage that we need to, or that PED starts looking at, that we're going over that. And I want to say we were about 3% or 4% over what would have been typically normal for the size of the district. But I would have to go back and look at districts that were the same size as us, and I could get back that information to Superintendent Lee, and so he can provide it to the board.
Okay, I just have a comment, and it might sound a little bit rough, but when you look at the findings of this audit, and you think of the previous students that were not provided the services that were needed, you know, we, like Secretary Trill stated, we need to do our job, and not to fault anybody here in the room. Recognizing this, and I got to give credit to the district and Superintendent Leyen for initiating this audit, but Taos Municipal Schools, you know, to do the findings of this audit, did a disservice to a lot of students and families, and we need to recognize that, and we can not allow that to happen moving forward. And by, you know, initiating this audit, and you know, as the board has stated in the past, we want to know the good, the bad, and the ugly, so that we know how we can be better. And I just want to, you know, in stating that, also want to note that, you know, we are turning a page. We got a lot of new directors. We have a new superintendent. We got a passionate board, passionate individuals that work for our district. You know, appreciate you, Ms. Mondragon, and your many years of service to the district. We're very lucky to have Ms. Malake here as our exceptional programs director, and just to note that we are moving forward in a positive manner. But we can't forget the past, and we've got to do better for our kids. You know, not to identify any personally identifiable information, which I won't, but I have a question in regards to the transition services. And I have my niece who graduated Taos High School. My family has expressed to me that she was not provided the necessary services that were required, you know, and I'm not going to get into that, but in regards to transitionary services, how do we prepare a student that is on an IEP that is graduating to go to college? Kind of, I don't know how clearly I could ask that, but is that what transition services are, or is that transition services out of an IEP?
I want to say that. Could you answer that for me? I think, right. Principal Dihaneta
my
could
language.
actually answer it the best.
Superintendent Layton, Board President Flores, and members of the board. The way that a transition program works, it starts in since a certain age, so they can be middle school into high school, and they set a goal. So we have a transition coordinator, and that coordinator works with students to discuss post-secondary planning, which can include the trades. It can be going into the workforce. It can be going into college, and they follow up with that. With those goals, very similar to the IEP itself, where you have goals if a student qualifies in any exceptionality, say it's in the English language arts. So there's a goal set for them that should be achieved and monitored every single year and changed and updated. Same thing with transition. So it may be, you know, completing a resume, completing work applications. It may be completing college applications, things of that nature, but really doing an ONET assessment, meaning that they're going to be looking at what their post-secondary goals are and doing that kind of assessment to find out where they would be best suited in what type of profession. So there's a whole within the transition portion of the IEP, which is high school, pretty much high school level. They are planning that college and career readiness for the student. When you have a student is newly identified or hasn't been identified, there could be that as long as they have that IEP. And I do want to address a few things as far as numbers are concerned, is that yes, post-COVID, increased number of referrals for special education. But remember, we have diagnosticians that are qualifying, they're testing the student and qualifying them and saying they have met the qualifications for an eligibility within those 13 categories of an IEP. We had a huge increase of 504s and SAT referrals. So 504s are another area in which we have to provide those services for students. It's more medical based. So you look at when we talk about ADHD, we're not, our diagnosticians don't qualify. They qualify for their services. And there is a pathway to get students off of an IEP as well, to if they've met their goals, you know, and years ago we had a large number of students having to, you know, they were exited, but however, that's a different situation. But there are so many valid and clear points that have been stated because it does start in the classroom with the teachers, and the teachers have the responsibility, if they're a special education teacher, to teach the students throughout the day. Plus you're a case manager, and that case management has that expectation of making sure that if you've been assigned a student, that you're holding the IEP and that you're following all those expectations, which is a lot of the paperwork. At our school, we position, and it's been open for quite some time. And if we had that person checking checks and balances and saying, yep, this IEP, that it meets all the requirements, we're sending it off to admin, good, or sending it back to the teacher to say, this was not met, it stops right there. So there's a lot of different ways in which we do have to be accountable for the district to ensure that all of our students' needs are met. And whether we have high numbers or low numbers, I couldn't compare to other districts. It's just that if you even look at different schools from our elementaries, it depends where our students can be provided those services. And at some districts, it might be we have a lot of students from other districts that have IEPs that come into our school
I
district.
guess just a follow-up question. So how are we working to ensure that those transitionary services are being met?
It's part of the way that I can answer it best. And I used to be a department chair and a special education teacher. So that's my knowledge as far as being able to speak this evening. But your transition services, you should have a transition coordinator, and they should be working with that student once they're of age to make sure that that's part of the IEP. The student has a transition component in their IEP, and there's goals there. So as a parent, there's a few areas that you want to ensure that the IEP, like that front page, how do they qualify? What are their, what's their exceptionalities? What are their goals? And at the very end, there's this prior written notice that basically says, this is what the IEP team said would occur, which could include transition services. I hope I'm answering the question because I'm not sure exactly.
President Flores, if I may add to that as well, and Superintendent Lee, and something that our principal Day had
like on the break that, you know, we're starting to now familiarize ourselves with Yazi Martinez, and I feel like we're now moving in the right direction with other communities. And, you know, as we talk about like special education and things like that, just to kind of always be aware that as we learn more about Yazi Martinez, maybe there are additional resources that Yazi Martinez can provide in regards to special education, things that maybe have not been offered before. So like such as supportive services or flexible funding or Medicaid reimbursement, things, resources specifically offered by Yazi Martinez that can provide relief to other areas of IEPs or special education or everything that we're discussing, you know, like you said. So just always keeping up to date with everything in case, you know, there are additional resources we can receive that we weren't receiving before.
Absolutely, Board Member Concha. I think that's very important to know, that to stay up to date with those cross programs that you're working with, that are Yazi Martinez, or, you know, anything that has to do with their special education implementation. You were talking about behavioral services earlier, and we do have those services. We have El Centro at Taos High School. We have Taos Behavioral Health. We have Taos Alive coming in. So there's a lot of preventative measures that we put in, but there are already linking students. You know, they have a caseload of students there, which is wonderful, because when you have one social worker, you know what I mean, or limited supports, our community has really stepped up to be able to provide access to that.
Principal Ali,
Thank
do you have a question there?
Yeah, I
Ms.
do.
Susan?
Thank you, President Flores. Hi, how are you?
Hey,
Thank you for standing there for us.
Yeah.
Did I understand you correctly that you're missing an IEP specialist at the high school?
Yes, the position is open.
So to whom does that work? Who's
The case managers.
that's falling on them? What do you attribute? How long has since you've had one?
We had a remote one that was kind of part-time, came in last year, and that was a little bit more difficult. So I requested that we had an in-person position. And that's one of those things that it's extremely helpful when you have, because you may have a new special education teacher that does not have that professional development or experience in running
Yeah.
IEPs. So that's where you
Yeah.
might see some of the paperwork component or the lack of experience
Yeah.
in running an IEP for a student with identified with autism or, you know, dyslexia, things of that nature. So they're helpful, extremely helpful in making sure that you stay in compliance with time, with evaluations, with goals. And
To what do you attribute the difficulty in filling that? Is it the salary or the people why aren't people wanting that job? Do you think?
well, I think that it takes, just like education in general, it takes a very special person to want to go into the field of special education.
Yeah.
We've had, and I think I can probably speak to many of our schools, we've had plenty of special education positions that remain open. That equals a case manager position open. That equals additional case management for teachers that already have their caseload. So it's just filling those positions. And I will tell you that running an IEP is very difficult and it's very time consuming.
sure.
And coming from that world, I think that prepared me for an admin role, because I'm like, well, I don't have to do IEPs on the weekend. I don't have to
I
go
can
home and spend
imagine.
3 hours on an IEP. So
I can totally
but that
imagine.
it's very, yeah, it's a lengthy process, but one that if we had those positions filled, and it's not the fault of anyone because they've been open, and we've shifted to say, I think the district has been very instrumental in trying to make them
I
desirable.
can't even imagine having that position open that for a long time. That would be
And-
really a lot of work for other people.
We have special ed math positions that have been open for a long time.
Yeah. Gosh, I hope it improves for you.
We do too. We're working hard. We will find,
Yeah,
for sure.
good.
Yes,
For
we
sure.
will.
Thank you.
Is that a housing issue? Staff?
It's part of it.
Part
There's a lot of
it.
pieces to
Because
the
Being able
puzzle.
to live in Taos.
Thank you, Mark.
Affordability. No, that's
They have
A and
applications.
B, they're connected. Sorry?
Have you had applications?
Most recently, for our math position, someone that's out of state is interested in potentially moving here to Taos, desirable, beautiful. Yeah, so I mean, it's great. I don't know how much that hinders, but I just think that lack of, there's not a large pool of special ed, because it is a very demanding and, position, and then plus the paperwork. So it's that added layer. But I do believe that the district has taken a great step in providing stipends for, I believe it's a stipend for their FTE. So if you have, think about this, if you have close to 100 students on IEPs, whether they're gifted or all the way to life skills, because a life skills student takes a lot more time and need for an IEP, the process, but that in itself, divide that by 5 or 6 case managers.
President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board, if I may, coming from 2 different states, what I can tell you, it really becomes the education piece. And through educational courses, they're not turning, a lot of special education teachers are not being churned out. So that comes from 2 different states. So it is a problem nationwide, but I can attest to at least specifically 2 states. We had trouble picking up special ed teachers. Yes, it was.
There's something for the board, and our HR director's not here today, and our Dr. World. So this is, we're not here also to set policy, but we're also to brainstorm for the district. I know we look at regards to staffing, and it's gotten down, but it's that special ed component that we're lacking. And I had someone share with me from another state that lives in Taos now. And she said she was 7 districts, and it's when they're down here, like you guys said earlier, you get them here when they're not speaking, they don't know their colors, and you address the deficiency. And she says by 3rd grade they've transitioned, as Board Member Contra said. So that's when we get them when they're not, and that's small stuff. The kid can't identify their colors. That's your sign to. Let's get in now. So then in high school, they're on their way. Follow me? And their numbers, I mean, these are, unfortunately, they're small steps, but it builds on, just like language. It's all coming in, but then they'll start speaking it.
One last thing before I sit down is I want to just note 2 things. CES is a fantastic resource. And when I was department chair, I used it for many years, and they do free trainings. They would come over the summer and work with our staff as far as professional development. They're a wealth of knowledge when it comes to special education. So we're very thankful that they're working with us. And another thing is at our school, I was just hoping to, when we have staff meetings, to be able to touch a little piece on special education every single time that we meet, because general education teachers did not go to school to teach special education, but they're asked to work with accommodations and all of these different expectations to meet the needs of our student. And we just want to empower them with that education to ensure that we meet the needs. We don't want to have a student that didn't have a transition plan or wasn't identified until it was too late or didn't get the correct services. It is all of our responsibility, but the more education we have behind it, I think the better we're going to be equipped to provide those services.
And if I can add to that, going back to the staffing piece, this is where the instructional all ties together, and we're looking at all of our programs and how they're working together, because thinking about not having staffing, having our Educators Rising program within the school district, and having students go out for the mentorship program or the internship within the school, that also gives students an opportunity to see that they can be a teacher and this is a career path for them. So hopefully getting that pipeline going for the district and having people who are here and will want to stay here can become our special education teachers as well.
Great comments from both of you.
Thank you both.
Would just like to highlight our exceptional programs director for making those site visits and being present at the IEP meetings. I think it's very important to show that kind of leadership, and appreciate that, and look forward for the continuation of it. And I think this is a topic that the board can continue to focus on as we move forward. For the sake of time, appreciate all of your information. And thank you, Superintendent, for making this public and transparent. I think it's very key to the community that they are aware that we are being transparent and working for these improvements. Any final comments from you, sir?
No, sir. I just wanted to appreciate members of the board for the support and as we move forward to addressing a lot of these audit findings. So there's a lot of work to be done still. And so, but we've got the right team members, and I believe in each one that we're going to make this happen.
Great. So we'll move right along to item 11, board policy review. We have item 11.1 B-3500 BID, board member compensation and expenses. This is just for board review. So I'll go ahead and read through the policy rather expeditiously. Board member compensation and expenses, B3400. So I see a discrepancy on the agenda versus here, but the policy is B3400. A board member shall serve without compensation. Board members may be reimbursed for expenses incurred in connection with any school business authorized by the board. Reimbursement amount shall not exceed the maximum amounts established pursuant to 6.20.2.19 NMAC. Board members who attend a board or committee meeting for less than 4 hours or a virtual meeting of any duration during a single calendar day shall receive a per diem of $45. If the officer physically attends a board meeting or committee meeting for 4 hours or more during a single calendar day, they shall receive per diem of $95. Mileage rate reimbursements are to be in accord with the IRS standard rate set January 1st of the previous year for miles traveled in a privately owned vehicle, or 88 cents in a privately owned airplane under certain conditions cited in NMSA 10-8-4D. I don't know if anybody's coming to the board meetings in an airplane, but reimbursements for actual meals and incidentals shall not exceed the maximum amounts for in-state and out-of-state travel established by the Department of Finance and Administration, known as DFA. The latter is always subject to the mileage being calculated from the post or the officer or official. The superintendent or superintendent's designee may grant travel advances. The traveler must submit required forms to receive advancement. The advancement will be processed at 80% of the total reimbursable trip cost. If a trip is not taken following advancement for such trip, all legal means will be employed to ensure proper reimbursement to the district. Any questions or comments regarding that policy? Other than board members probably deserve a raise?
I sent that in.
Yeah.
Cross your fingers, everyone. We sent it in again, the resolution.
So pretty much it is all volunteer to some extent. Moving right along is item 12, Director of Finance Report. 12.1 is Financial Reports, July 2025. Dr. Rainier Martins, Director of Finance, and also under this is 12.2, Taos Municipal School District Budget Adjustment Request by Dr. Rainier Martins, Director of Finance.
Yeah, do you have any questions?
I have a comment already. May I say it? I noticed that it says here, by signing below, I agree that I've reviewed all the submitted information, blah, blah, blah. I would love to see all of you signing those, just that your signature is on all of those that say that you're standing behind them and that you've reviewed them. It would just be nice for tidying up the record. If you wouldn't mind doing that, I think that'd be great. Thank you.
Does the
President
board
Flores?
have any questions regarding the financial reports that were presented? These are expenditures that the district incurs throughout the course of, this would be up until the time that it was reported
July
and noted.
31st.
July 31st.
So this is the revised one, Dr. Martins, or this is?
Yes, it's the revised for July. We did the rollover.
You know, we made the paper comment.
He might have noticed that.
Did you notice that? Did you read
Yes,
that?
I did.
What was the comment?
We were encumbering the charter schools, and it just had as highlight. So people thought that it was a misappropriation. All you had to do is read the article, encumbrance.
Oh.
So, excuse me. Is there any items that we should know of record?
Yeah, if you want to talk about the 5 million, I did reach out to PED. We have a difference of opinion. PED told me that these are fiduciary funds, which shouldn't be recognized as revenue. Actually, in GASB 84, it says specifically they should be recognized as revenues. But of course, in my opinion, we are not fiduciary funds because you, school board, decide and approve as local charter school budget. Therefore, it's not fiduciary. So I did an increased bar as appropriate. So of course not as SEG money because it's a flow through. No, the money flows through the district. The bar is currently with the superintendent for approval. Once he approves it, it goes to PED and let's see what happens. I talked to other CFOs in the state and said, so technically what I suggest is correct. So I'm curious what PED will tell me. But yes, it's necessary to see that we straighten out this line.
Thank you, Dr. Martins. I just want to make a comment. I feel that I know we're very blessed to have you as our finance director. I firmly believe that you surround yourself with great people and people that are smarter than yourself. And I'm very,
I'm hiring new folks, so I really hope that they are way smarter than me.
well, I'm looking forward to working with you. I feel that I'm going to become even more fiscally knowledgeable through working with you and having you here at the district. So moving forward with this, I just want to make that comment. In my conversations I've had with you, they've been very in-depth from previous conversations I've had with previous finance directors, and looking forward to learning even more as I serve on this board. And I think all of this board will learn and appreciate your expertise and knowledge. Superintendent, this is an action item for the board to approve. If there's no specific comments or questions regarding this financial report, I will look to the superintendent for a recommendation. Superintendent, do you have a recommendation regarding the financial reports?
President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board, I recommend approval of the financial reports for July 2025 as presented by Dr. Reiner Martins, Director of Finance, as well as 12.2 TMSD BAR's budget adjustment request as presented by Dr. Martins, Director of Finance.
Thank you for that recommendation, Superintendent, and I do appreciate you including them both in the recommendation. At this point in time, I did review. Obviously, there's a lot of numbers in here. You know, if we want, we can't go through each item by item. We have to entrust the individuals that we have that are responsible for review and presenting this to the board. I think that as the board, and one of the things I've done is, you know, you go home and further review. If you have further questions regarding anything in particular, at that time, you know, do submit it to the superintendent. But if it's the will of the board, I would like to go ahead and proceed to make a motion to approve the July 2025 financial reports and the Taos Municipal School budget adjustment requests as presented.
Second.
We have a second from Vice President Spray. Please call for the roll.
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo, Vice President Spray,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes, and I just have a quick comment on the budget adjustments. There are the fund numbers that are there. If we could, at the future meetings, identify them in language.
Question, would it be acceptable for the board to receive the chart of account codes in its entirely? So that these paperworks are coming out just with the codes, but we can provide you a list of all fund codes and names and so on, that the numbers are talking to you. So an example, if I read any number from an accounting string, for me it's a whole story. Why? I know the English behind every number more or less, or well enough that I can tell the story. Would that be helpful for you?
I would say so, yes, yes. Thank you, Dr. Martins. Appreciate your time tonight and your work with the district. And moving along to
Thank you.
item 13, we did amend the agenda to move up 13.1. A superintendent has asked that we table 13.2. So at this time, I'm going to make a motion to table 13.2 to a future meeting.
Second.
We have a second. Please call for the roll.
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Spray.
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes, item 13.3, discussion, consideration, and possible approval to donate THS Armed Services display case housed at Enos Garcia Elementary to Taos County for new museum in Taos Plaza. As I'm aware, our Director of Safety and Security is not present with us, so Superintendent, I'd look to you.
President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board. Yes, Director had to step out. He was getting pretty sick. So this was a request by the county as well as some of the public comment to see if there was a way we could honor this particular, bless you. If we could honor this particular setting that is at Enos. It's kind of in the area that really doesn't get seen much daylight. And so there was a public request to see if we could donate this component. But as you can see in the form, it's an interesting component because most people would think it's a display case that you could just lift and carry over, but it's embedded with it. Yeah, exactly. It's embedded within the wall. So there would have to be some work involved into doing this. So, you know, it's a request that was made by the county. I don't foresee an issue. It just want to make sure that we follow the process and approve a donation, then we can get that process going.
Superintendent Lane, I do have a recommendation. So I was approached by a community member who came and spoke at public comment. I was not present at that meeting, but they did catch me off-site requesting this and described the purpose for it at length. It is, I believe, has to do with the Baton Death March.
That is correct.
Okay, so that is correct. I feel that the district, with all due respect to Taos County and the remembrance of, or the memorial of this particular piece of furniture, that if Taos County wishes for the schools to donate it to them, that they would cover the costs of its removal from the wall. And I would be more than happy to, if the board wishes to proceed with the donation, that any board member that wishes to make the motion or myself, that we would include that the school district is willing to donate this item at the expense that Taos County cover the cost for its removal, because it is going to have to be pulled out of that wall, and that wall is going to have to be fixed afterwards. And that's probably a couple $1,000.
Yes, sir. I totally agree.
For an agreement with that?
We, I think we definitely want to have Olympio, somebody, Fred, overseeing that, because like you said, maybe even getting a quote for the plastering. And it's, that's very delicate. So, you know, it has to be done right. It's not going to be cheap either.
Yeah, so we'll need to get a quote for its removal and the wall repair. And then what we could do is provide that to Taos County. The board could approve its donation contingent that Taos County approves the covering of the costs.
Absolutely. First,
Okay.
we just wanted to get with request for the board approval for the donation so we can start bringing up those cost estimates.
Okay,
So
so
they want it now after so many years.
We had a public, one of our public committee members, I guess, wanted to put this in an area where it can be actually displayed, because currently it's at Enos in an area where it hardly sees anybody. And so they requested it to put it in a place where it can be in honor of those that, if I'm not mistaken, the history of this is the names listed on here are Taos High School students who served in the Baton, or the Baton battle, the battle itself. the
Yeah,
march.
Yeah, the Baton Death March.
And so they wanted to put it out in an area where it can be properly honored and displayed for the community to see.
is the board consensus to, so I'll go to make a motion. So I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve Taos Municipal Schools donation of the Armed Services display case, which is housed at Enos Garcia Elementary, to Taos County for the new museum that is going to be in Taos Plaza, contingent that Taos County will cover all expenses for its removal and also the remedy of its removal.
Second.
Thank you, Secretary Trujillo. Please call for the roll.
Board Member
Wait.
Concha?
Just a minute,
Quick discussion.
President Mark. Is this subject to us reviewing the cost? Are we just approving it, or letting it, like, how's the accountability?
So the only way it's going to be donated based off this motion is that Taos County will cover the cost.
See that?
or just like the procurement violation, excuse me, the procurement process. Member King, if it's within a certain amount, and I can approve it if it's a little bit past the certain amount, but we'll make sure that, no matter what, we'll present it as a completed project.
Okay.
Just another note, I think it's great that it be moved so that the public can see it and appreciate it more so there at the soon-to-be museum, I guess, as stated, versus, in the deep dark corners of Vinos Garcia.
But yeah, it was, you missed that meeting, but it was very, there was passion. We had, in regards to 3 people responding, there was a letter from one of the.
Mr. Cordova?
Yeah, one of the community members, yeah, I think, and it was, I think it totally makes sense for sure.
Yeah, so we do have a motion to approve the donation contingent that Taos County covers the costs of the removal and the remedy of the wall. In a second from Secretary Trujillo, call for the roll.
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo, Vice President Spray,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes. Item 13.4. Yes.
There was a letter that was read and commemorating that march. And it was so beautifully written, and it just gave us such a sense of what occurred and how deep this means, this a monument. I would say a monument means to the community and to those men. There were young men at the time that participated in this march, and the sacrifice that was made. And I think that I should have asked for a copy, that we would have a copy that would be part of our record. And that as we made this motion, that it be part, that a copy of that letter, whoever made, can't remember who the person was that presented the letter or read the letter, but
I remember.
it
was Juanita.
Juanita Jaramillo?
Yeah, she was a retired teacher.
Yes.
And her mom was too.
Could we request that letter be part of this board meeting minutes?
Yes, I'll go ahead and do the research so we can get a copy of that letter.
And
It was beautiful. It really, really was. Very heart
One,
wrenching.
just to help you, to refresh that, one of the enlistees was 14 at the time. And he didn't make it.
It was a brother, 2 brothers, and one of them was the younger brother was the one that didn't survive. But like I said, it was just really heart wrenching to hear the sacrifice that these men, young men at the time, made for our country.
thank you, Secretary Trujillo, for those comments. I just, for the board, and not to make a public statement, but my great uncle Armando served in the armed forces and was an individual that was part of the Bataan Death March, and the Japanese, as they marched him along, they would whip him or hit him on his shoulders. They would smack him, and he lost the use of both of his arms from those beatings. And and I got to meet my uncle. He was I was a real young boy at the time, but he would come visit my grandmother, and he couldn't use his arms very much at all, lift them up, because from the lashings he took on his shoulders. So yeah, very sad. Okay, so moving along to item 13.4, discussion, consideration, and possible approval of MOU between Frontera Health New Mexico LLC and Taos Municipal School District. Dr. Sherry Malake, Director of Exceptional Programs, and Mrs. Renetta Mondragon, Associate Superintendent.
Okay, President Flores, Superintendent Lee, and members of the board and members of the community. What you have before you is an MOU with Frontera Health Care System. And what we're looking to do is partner with them to provide services to students and actually families as well, for students who are in need of autistic services. So what will happen with this company is that they will be going out and looking for employees who can come in and help support our students in the classroom and our teachers as well. They'll also be providing support services for parents, or if we're needing to identify any students who are in need of autistic testing, they'll be able to provide the resources for that autistic testing for them. What we did find last year was that some of our families find it an extreme burden to go down to Albuquerque to receive those testing services. So with having this company here and being able to provide that service directly in the district, we're not asking our families that are in need to go out and try to get their child or themselves to Albuquerque to receive that testing. So this is going to be one of those partnerships that I had talked about previously that'll help support our special needs students. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, so the services would target clients and students at earlier through an early intervention and an ABA program. It's Applied Behavior Analysis Program, where the clients are given the best chance to thrive across all settings in a lot of strategies to develop and maintain collaboration, develop and maintain kind of a strategy that families would also be using consistently together with strategies that we have with the services that we get. So this is services and therapy kind of session where we get from this LLC or this consultancy from Frontera Health, New Mexico.
With that, we stand for questions.
Does the board have any questions or comments?
Oh,
I do have,
just one thing, I'm sorry. There is no cost to the district. They will be billing on their own, so they'll be billing Medicaid for that, and which is important for us to know that they're hiring for the staff, they're providing the support services, but they're also billing on their side. So there is no cost to the district for these services.
that was the only question I was going to
Yeah.
ask. I think with that covered, I don't see any further questions. I think it's going to be a great asset to the district and the community to have these services here, especially for those families. Yes, it is expensive to travel to Albuquerque. I could only imagine what some of our families go through. Superintendent Lane, do you have a recommendation?
President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board, I recommend approval of the MOU between Frontera Health New Mexico LLC and Taos Municipal School District at no cost to the district, as presented by Dr. Cherry Malake and Renata Mondragon, Associate Superintendent.
Would any of the board wish to make a motion of approval?
I'll make a motion for the approval of the MOU from Frontera Health New Mexico LLC and Taos Municipal School District as
Second.
presented.
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Concha, and a second from Board Member King. I'll call for the roll.
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Spray,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes. And I just want to thank all the staff that has hung around for this meeting. Thank you, ladies, and the members of our audience, Mr.
Thank
Stevens
you.
Hall and Mr. Augie Mondragon. Thank you, guys. We have one more item, 14 executive session. This is to discuss limited personnel matters as permitted under section 10-15-1 H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. It's getting late. 14.1, specifically for the superintendent to provide the board with insight into specific employee personnel decisions as part of the board's evaluation of the superintendent's performance in the areas of staff relations, category 4, and organizational management, category 6. At this time, I will make a motion to enter into executive session. It is 10:19 PM. Do we have a second?
Second.
Got a second from Vice President Spray. Call for the roll.
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo, Vice President Spray,
Vice President Spray.
No, sorry.
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes. The rest of you guys have a good night.
You'll have to share so it.
Yep, I'm doing it right now. A little slower.
Okay, we're ready to reconvene. For the record, it is 11:02 PM. I will make a motion to exit executive session.
Second.
We have a second from Board Member Concha. Call for the roll.
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
President Flores,
Yes, executive session report. So the board entered into executive session at 10:19 PM to discuss limited personnel matters as permitted under section 10-15-1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, specifically for the superintendent to provide the board with insight into specific employee personnel decisions as part of the board's evaluation of the superintendent's performance in the areas of staff relations, category 4, and organizational management, category 6. For the record, that was all that was discussed. Nothing further was discussed. Moving along to item 15 of future topics. I do have one item I'd like to request that we possibly look into for a future presentation. I wanted to inquire as to how the district is addressing or educating our students in regards to substance abuse prevention and education. I remember when I was young, there was a program, it was called DARE, I think Drug Abuse Resistance Education, something of the sort.
Wow.
They had the DARE program, Dare to Say No, it was called. I'm curious as to how we're approaching that subject, being that, I think we're all aware, and I've been made aware that there's a lot of very dangerous substances circulating through our community. And a lot of young people getting addicted to things such as fentanyl and other opioids and so forth. So I would like to know how we're addressing that, and if we're not doing anything specifically, entertain how we can start some kind of curriculum that would educate, to include vaping, specifically, I think, at a younger age. Does the board have any other?
Yes,
Other
never
question?
You want to address that, kids are really young.
Yes, sir.
I know we had an elementary school, like 6th grade, someone came in and started talking about marijuana, things like that. So that's really an elementary school. Item is the policy of the smoking policy in the Taos High, as well as is there a policy about what is the permitting for cars, students' vehicles? And is there a policy on that? And if not, I think it's something we may want to look at.
Member King, I've looked to see if there's policy, and if there is, I'll share it with the board through email.
Then maybe at our next board meeting during the policy review, we could look at
Have that on the agenda. We can look at it.
the vaping policy or no smoking policy with the school district. And then I think you mentioned the parking permitting.
Yeah, parking.
How that's
permitting.
addressed?
Yeah, I want to know what's that policy too.
Okay.
And then security for the administration, regards metal detector. Just have that in the agenda, we can talk about it, possible, because it's, I just think it's prudent right now.
Okay, any other topics? Board Member Concha, Secretary Trio?
President Flores, Secretary Trujillo, the only thing I want to bring up is we do need to have our exit conference. And I know we're waiting today to have everybody together to see if we could come up with a date to have that exit conference with the audit firm. And the exit conference was to have the whole board. And so
Maybe you could present some dates, Superintendent?
I'll send the dates through
Via
email. And then we can-
email or text?
With that said, President Mark, maybe next Wednesday, because we have UNM, I think the exit conference is more prudent.
I think that UNM's already working on that meeting agenda, but we could,
Yeah, we can maybe push that. The audit thing is way more important.
so I guess it was next Wednesday.
Yeah, next Wednesday at 5. It seems like everybody was available. Were you available?
Yeah.
Reverend McConcha? So Superintendent, that's the 17th at 5?
That is the 17th.
We
I'm
can
checking
all-
my calendar right now, but
yeah,
yes.
We can all be here.
Checking to see what's
And
out
we'll
there.
just take a rain check with Chancellor.
Your boss.
Oh,
Looks good, looks good.
okay, you want to change?
You know, because this is way more important. We're dealing with, this is like front and center.
So that, is it the 17th or this?
No, 17th.
17th.
Yeah, we're gonna do,
Exit conference along with the audit committee.
So as we're confirming those dates, I'm just gonna move on to item 16 of the agenda, upcoming Taos Municipal Schools Board meeting. Our next regular school board meeting is September 24th, 2025 at 6 PM. I won't be present for that board meeting. I'm actually gonna be traveling to a conference. So just for the board to know, I won't be at this meeting, unfortunately.
be able to do the 23rd?
Mhm.
It's not on the minute.
You can do the 17th?
No, I won't be here for the regular school board meeting on the 24th.
Are you able to do the Tuesday, 23rd?
I have a town council meeting on the 23rd.
I said, well, we have our region meeting next week on the 15th,
That is correct.
Mhm.
and that's gonna be at the gym at 5:30?
Mhm.
Outside.
The exit conference with them would be at 6 o'clock then too.
No,
5 o'clock, if y'all are okay with 5 o'clock.
5 on the 17th, yeah. Let's do it early. We're gonna do UNM. that
So
day.
we have a tentative special meeting for an audit exit conference, and that is in regards to the forensic audit?
Correct. I will check with JAG to make sure that we can confirm that date as well.
Okay, so yeah, we'll have to confirm the date with our forensic auditor. We'll note September 17th, and then Taos Municipal Schools will be hosting the Region 2 School Board Association meeting. It's going to be at Taos High School. What time is it going to start?
5:30.
5:30 PM. And Superintendent, if there's any particular itinerary or information the board should know, if you could just email us that, make us aware.
Yes, sir.
I think you handed it to us already.
Okay, so item 17 is adjournment. So move to adjourn.
Second.
Second from Board Member Concha. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We're out of here. 11:10.
2 meetings.
What are we having? The meetings?
Monday, the region. And then
We'll see you, Board Member Concha. You have a good night. Thank you. Good to see you.
Wednesday,
Be careful.
Wednesday, the
It's.
15th, yeah.
I'm out of here. I'll see you guys.
Gonna let,
I'm tired.
Mr. President,
I'll
yeah.
put it in this.
So you're gonna email Chancellor Unum?
Yeah.